I'm looking to break the doorbell.
Good morning. We are here on the record in the case of the State of Iowa versus Luke Truesdell, case FECR 154-866. The State of Iowa is represented by Monica Slaughter and Jordan Shearer, and the defendant is here, personally present, seated in the courtroom next to his attorneys, Samantha McCourt, Adrian Houghton, and Patrick McMullen. Is there anything that we need to discuss outside the presence of the jury before we bring the jury in on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, on behalf of the defendant.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All rise for the jury. All right, good morning, everyone. Please have a seat. Good morning, and thank you for being on time. Welcome back. We'll be starting with the cross-examination of the lieutenant. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
We're not in a hurry, so just make yourself comfortable and take a seat whenever you're ready. Remember that you are continuing to be under oath, and if you could just state your name for the record again, so we have it on the record.
Lieutenant Todd Becky.
All right, thank you. Would the defense like to resume their cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Judge, you might start off. Hello.
All right, I've done what I can do on my end, so
Is there a button in the bottom? Can I come up here?
yes. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, if I remember correctly, we were talking when we last left about Luke's alleged confession, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit now about some of the audio that we specifically stopped to listen to when Mr. Shear was asking you questions, okay? Now, the first one I want to talk to you about is when Luke and Mary are re-entering Lon's house, you hear a yell, correct?
Yes.
And you say that you believe it is Larry screaming, "Idiot," correct?
Yes, when he was leaving the house for the first time, after they go to the house, and he's walking down the ramp, it sounds like he said, "Idiot."
Now, when you were listening to this and watching this, did you have any special audio people come in and try to clean up the audio for you?
I did send the video clips to MOCIC and asked the digital analyst to see if they can clean up that all the video segments.
And were they able to?
No.
And so, when you hear that yell, that is your interpretation of what's being yelled, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because when I hear
Objection, Your Honor. If that's just talking about his personal opinion, that's an important question.
Siskiyou, just rephrase the question.
other people can hear it differently, correct?
Correct.
Similarly, when Luke and Larry are both inside of Juan's house, you say that you hear Larry yell something like, call an ambulance, what'd you do, something like that?
Correct.
Okay. My question there, same thing, you weren't able to have that cleaned up by MOCIC?
Correct.
And so that's your interpretation of what's being yelled?
Yes.
And then the follow-up to that is the obvious. How can you tell it's Larry?
By hearing him yell, I've heard him before many times.
Okay. Here's the problem. We've had multiple witnesses, including yourself, talk about how windy it is that day, how loud it is that day, how impossible it is to hear it is that day. In fact, the state muted their audio for much of playing that video because of how loud it is. How can you still sit there and say that that's Larry yelling?
I've listened to it many, many times. I've watched the behaviors of Larry when he is yelling, and I can hear him when the wind dies down inside the house, on the camera of the house, that you can hear him clearly call an ambulance.
Okay. Have you ever heard Luke yell?
Yes, I've heard him talk.
You've never heard him yell?
No.
So, realistically, you're comparing it to nothing, correct?
Not necessarily. It sounds like Larry Truesdale.
And you what you're saying is since you haven't heard the other people in the house yell, you're comparing it to nothing, correct?
Correct.
And so, again, that's your conclusion, yes?
Yes.
That's your assumption, yes? I want to talk to you about the surveillance footage where we see shadowy heads. Can we do that for a little bit?
Sure.
Now, on the surveillance footage, you would acknowledge that in between where you see the heads walking back and forth and the camera, there is quite a bit of stuff there, yes?
Yes.
I believe there's a van, there's an SUV of some kind, there's a truck of some kind, yes?
Yes.
And you can't see what's behind those, correct?
No.
And in fact, you can't tell anything that's going on behind those items, correct?
Correct.
So only if somebody happens to be walking, I guess, slowly enough and clearly enough, can you even see a person back there, correct?
Correct.
And so you can't tell if people have been walking back and forth back there and you just don't see it if they're behind those items, correct?
Correct. I have to work with what evidence there is visible.
Okay. And so, it's not only possible, but it's entirely reasonable that Larry went back and forth from the boat to the shed and you just never saw it because you can't see what's behind those items, correct?
I have to look at all the evidence, and that was statements made by.
Lieutenant, I'm asking if you can conclude that Larry never went back and forth between the boat and the house on that surveillance footage.
It's not supported by the evidence I found.
It's not what I'm asking. You can't see it, correct?
I guess Your Honor, ask the answer.
Hold on.
You can't see it, correct?
I cannot see everything back there behind those objects.
Okay. Likewise, based on that surveillance angle, you can't actually see who goes inside the shed, correct?
No.
You can presume, as well we all can, that the four individuals who died, they all went into the shed, yes?
Yes.
But otherwise, you can't tell who went into the shed, correct? Because you can't see inside there?
I cannot see inside. I have to go with what I see on video and statements made by those who were in it.
Lieutenant, if I could ask you to limit your questions to your answers to the questions I asked, please. You can't see who goes in the shed at any point, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. at this point, I'm going to have you take a look at your monitor. And Your Honor, if we could just show the monitor, please.
Your Honor, that's good. Tell us what we're referring to with the witnesses.
Sure, I believe it's a proposed exhibit. Do you have that number? What proposed exhibit is, or is something else?
P17, Your Honor.
All right, P17. He's able to see it.
Lieutenant, did you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
it is a drone image of 3699 East Dollar Road.
Would that be a true and accurate copy of what the property looks like from an overhead perspective?
Yes.
Your Honor, the defense moves to admit exhibit P17.
Is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Aaron, can you get the lights, please? Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm going to do my best with this laser pointer. It's tough to do straight lines with the laser, but you would agree that the surveillance camera that shows this area is in approximately this area of the house?
No.
This area?
Yes.
Okay, all right. But the surveillance footage shows approximately that angle, yes?
Correct.
And so on the surveillance footage, you can't see this trailer, correct?
Correct.
Can't see the car, correct?
Correct.
Also can't see the shed back here, correct?
Correct.
Could we just briefly describe for the record where you're pointing the laser pointer to the best of your ability?
Sure. The trailer is to the left and the front, I guess, of the outbuilding. It's
Obscured by trees.
obscured by trees. And then it appears as though the van is directly in front of the trailer. It looks like maybe it had been pulling it at some point, also partially obscured by trees. And then right to the left of those trees, or right to the left of not only the camper and the van is a line of trees, and then on the other side of those trees, further to the left, is a shed of some sort.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, all of that is accurate, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so, the surveillance footage showing approximately this part, and then the middle of the shed would be approximately right here, yes?
Yes.
And that would be approximately where the walk-through door is?
Yes.
And so that walk-through door, again, is not visible from this surveillance footage, correct?
Correct.
Similarly, the two double garage doors, both on the left and the right side, I guess surrounding the walk-through door, neither of those doors are visible from the surveillance footage, correct?
Correct.
And so, not only is it possible, but it's a fact that you can't see anybody that would walk from the walk-through door, say, for example, down the front of the shed to this trailer, correct?
Correct.
To the van, correct?
Correct.
And likewise, to this shed, correct?
Correct.
Now, who cleared this shed on the date in question?
The deputies that arrived before I arrived, state troopers, I believe I reviewed the body camera of Greg Gibbon. They went through the camper. It was filled completely with property.
Not the camper, the shed.
I don't know exactly who did.
But based on your recollection, somebody did clear the shed.
Yes, I asked if the area had all been cleared.
The shed with the red roof.
And it's possible, if you are, let's say, at the rear of the boat, to walk under this line of trees and get to the front of the building and never be seen, yes?
Yes.
And so again, I ask again, we don't know who may or may not have walked from the rear of the boat to the front of the shed because it's simply not visible on that surveillance footage, correct?
Correct.
There's also another part of that video where after Roe and Amanda had gone into the shed and they never come back out. Can you clear the screen, Arm? Where Roe and Amanda into the shed, and then your testimony is that they're never seen again, correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, Brent then comes into view of the surveillance camera again, correct?
Yes.
Now, he's not breathing hard, right? He looks pretty relaxed.
Brent?
Not Brent, excuse me. Luke. He's not breathing hard, right?
What's that?
He's not breathing hard, right?
When he comes out of into view from the shed area, is
Yes.
that what you're referring to?
Yes.
It doesn't look like his mannerisms are, he's upset, turns, and appears he spits on the ground. So I'm not sure what he was doing at the time.
I asked, he's not breathing hard, correct?
I can't tell.
Okay. In any event, he puts his hands in his pockets, yes?
Yes.
And if somebody had just got blood on their hands, putting those bloody hands in your pockets would have left some blood on the pockets, presumably, correct?
Correct.
And no blood was found on his jeans at all, correct?
Not that I'm aware of. It wasn't present.
At no point Luke changes his clothes, correct?
No, no evidence supported he changed his clothes. He appeared to be wearing the same clothes that he observed on the video.
And there's no running water in the shed, correct?
Correct.
And the only running water on the outside would have been at a hose that we don't ever see Luke use, correct?
Correct.
And at no point, even on surveillance footage, do we see him walking past with blood on his hands, correct?
Correct.
And there's some testimony about, actually multiple testimony, that Larry was rendering aid to Brent when Mr. Brown got there, Lon's son, correct?
Correct.
It looks to me like after he exits the house and presumably Matt is on his way, he's outside taking a smoke break, correct?
He is observed smoking a cigarette pacing in a circle outside the shed.
So he's not rendering aid at that point?
Not at
Yeah.
the point. No, he's outside the shed.
And so arguably, Brent is in the inside of that shed, bleeding and dying, and instead of rendering aid, Larry is taking a smoke break, yes?
Yes.
And then suddenly Larry goes back inside to put a towel on Brent's head, yes?
From what I observed in the camera, yes.
Almost as though Larry realizes, I've got to get some blood on my hands so that way I have an explanation for this.
Upset, objections to speculation.
Sustained.
On the video, you see Larry show Luke twice, yes?
Yes.
Very clearly, Larry is the alpha in that relationship.
I'm not sure.
Of the two of them, it's pretty obvious that Larry is the animated of the two. Yes?
Yes.
I mean, you can see him throwing his hands up and stomping and marching, yes?
Yes, he is very upset.
Whereas Luke is just kind of following around like a little puppy dog, right?
That's how you want to describe it, yes.
Larry's barking orders and Luke is just following him. Yes?
Yes.
just a second, Your Honor?
Yes.
At this point, I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Read your record.
Your Honor, read those three for me.
Yes. You've seen something about outside of your presence, so remember your admonition. We have Aaron joining us today instead of Melissa. So go ahead and leave your comments on to the chair and follow Aaron. Thank you.
Your Honor, based off of the cross-examination made by the defense in this case to not only Lieutenant Todd Bagley, but all of the state's witnesses, the state believes that this cross-examination has opened the door for us to introduce the suppressed statements made by the defendants. The defense is arguing, inferring, that law enforcement failed to conduct an adequate investigation on June 5th of 2024. The continuing question and implications about not fully processing Larry Truesdale is misleading to the jury and violates the simple principles of evidentiary fairness. The defense may not have it both ways to exclude evidence and then use its absence to suggest investigative deficiencies. The reason why Larry Truesdale, DNA, and other items were not sent to DCI for further testing or examining was because of the multiple statements that the defendant made on June 5th, 2024, where he told Lieutenant Bagley, Sergeant Payne, that his father had nothing to do with this crime, that his father was working out by the boat, and that he did not want to get his father in trouble. The doctrine of invited error prevents a party from creating and using a misleading record. True, there is no general open-the-door principle of evidence that permits the state to automatically rebut evidence. However, Your Honor, the principle of the exclusionary rule doesn't allow the defense to use suppressed evidence as not only an affirmative defense, but a sword. Suppressed evidence is inadmissible for all purposes except for the limited impeachment circumstances that's available to the state. When you specifically look at all of the line of questioning, especially the line of questioning to Lieutenant Bagley about the arrest that was made on the defendant on June 5th of 2024, and this arrest was made on based of two statements, is completely misleading and attacking the investigation and claiming that it was deficient. The arrest was not made only on two statements. It was made on not only that, but 24 additional minutes of speaking. Without that information, the defense has provided a completely incorrect, misleading, and the defense knowing it's not true. This 24 additional minutes, Your Honor, gives specific details of what happened, and more importantly, on 3 separate times, the defense states his father had nothing to do with this, His father had no knowledge of it, and he wanted to make sure that his father didn't get into trouble. So simply asking the question and continue to double down by stating by these alleged omission and these two statements is misleading to the jury. There was completely more that was done before they were acted upon and before they chose to make this arrest. And without the court allowing the jury to hear this information, we have completed a complete incorrect record, a misleading fact and scenario that the jury does not know, and also information that the defense chose to leave out, but now is using it to their advantage, which is completely not allowed and not creating an opportunity of fairness. The state's asking the court to reevaluate that ruling and allow us to get into that line of questioning to complete the narrative, to complete the information, and to explain why the officers continued their investigation and why the decision was made on that day to place the defendant into handcuffs. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McCollum, if you want some time to respond, or are you prepared to respond?
Your Honor, if I could just have a couple of minutes to respond.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 9:40. Thank you.
Sir, can you turn the audio off the camera?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state, as I understand it, is arguing that previously suppressed statements should now be admissible at trial because of actions taken by the defense as part of their defense strategy. State v. McCoy, 692 Northwest 2nd, page 6, talks about how, quote, ordinarily the state may use illegally obtained evidence to impeach if the defendant testifies. That is clearly not the case here. So then we need to look to see whether there are instances on whether the defendant has not testified and the state still wishes to use suppressed evidence. That can be found in Harris v. New York. It's a Supreme Court decision, 401 U.S. 222. And I'll quote again, "There's hardly justification for letting the defendant affirmatively resort to perjurious testimony in reliance in the government's disability to challenge his credibility." Effectively, Your Honor, we are not allowed to benefit by eliciting lies in a way of using or preparing our defense strategy. That's hardly what we've done, Your Honor. We are allowed to attack the state's lack of investigation. We would have done that without these suppressed statements. We have not introduced any perjurious testimony. We are not required to modify our defense strategy simply because the state wants to use evidence that's been omitted. We are operating under the idea that these statements that were suppressed are not admissible. And that is how we have phrased our questions leading up to now. We have hardly done anything outside of bounds on that. The idea of the suppression motion, Your Honor, or suppression ruling, is to remove certain evidence from consideration at trial. That's what we've done, and that's what our questions have been built around. To reverse course on that would fly in the face of what the suppression ruling is supposed to do. And so we would highly disagree with the state's contention that we have done anything inappropriate or opened the door. The primary basis for suppressed evidence is to impeach. If the defendant testifies, we don't believe we have opened any doors otherwise with Mr. Egley or Lieutenant Egley or any of the other law enforcement officers. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Does it need any time to review the case cited by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything else from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Once again, those cases are talking about impeachment and perjury. The point of suppressed evidence is to prevent improper police work. It's not to give one side an advantage over the other. And those line of questioning are doing that and giving this implication that they did not do more than what they actually did. And specifically, the question I directly called attention to is when the defense counsel said, specifically, you made your arrest only on those two statements the defendant gave you. That's quite different than attacking the investigation of what they did and what they didn't do. That's pointing out that they're claiming there was only two things that were said. That is not true, and the defense knows that's not true. And they are not allowed, once again, to use this information as an affirmative defense to craft their defense. They're able to do an adequate defense by pointing out certain things that are there, but they can't cross into the lines of suppressed evidence and pretend it never existed, even when it exists. That's not what the point of suppressed evidence is. You don't need to ignore that it never existed. You still have to go within that perimeter that it's still there, and be careful. And the line is crossed with the question of you only based your arrest on two statements.
there should be some notion of egregiousness. I fail to see how any questions that the defense, myself, Mr. Hopper, and Mr. Court have encroached on egregiousness. I don't believe the state has met its burden to show that the suppressive statement should not be used.
All right, thank you. I appreciate and understand the state of Iowa's arguments. I don't think that the defendant's general cross-examination has established a record of a misleading. The questions were generally related to whether he could see surveillance footage of Larry or anyone entering the pole barn, the fact that Larry was smoking as opposed to rendering aid, the fact that Larry appears to be more dominant than Luke. The defendant is generally entitled to ask why Larry's clothes were not processed and attack the overall investigation as their defense. They're also entitled to question where Larry Truesdale is, claiming an investigation is deficient, that items should have been tested, or that there is an alternative suspect is not, at least in my opinion, suddenly open the door to introduce the defendant's previously suppressed statements. I do understand the concern related to the argument about basing the arrest on the defendant's two statements. I do understand that concern. I would caution the defense. They continue to press on with questions like that. We can certainly revisit this argument. That is more of a concern than the general cross-examination. At this point, I don't think there's a misleading record. There certainly could be. If the defendant or if the defense continues to press with those types of questions. However, as I previously ruled, if the defendant testifies, the state is most likely entitled to ask him questions related to all of his statements. So at this time, I'm going to deny the motion, but we'll certainly be willing to revisit that if there is additional questioning of concern. Thank you.
May I ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
Yesterday, there was a line of questions asked by the defense about the statements made by the defense and the basis for the officer's arrest or placing the defendant under arrest. Asked multiple times, so you're only basing the statement or your arrest on these factors. What is the limit that we can address that in redirect if that is not a truthful record, that was not the extent that they were basing their decision to arrest on? Where's the line drawn?
Well, I would say ask your questions and wait for an objection.
Okay.
Anything to add on that, Mr. McCollum?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else then for the state before we bring the jury back?
That concludes the objection.
Okay. Anything else for the defendant before we bring the jury back?
No, for the defense.
All right. Thank you.
For the
testifies for the jury?
All right, we're back on the record in the presence of the jury, and the state has an opportunity to redirect. Well,
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant Agley. How are you doing?
Good.
Lieutenant Agley, your testimony has gone off for quite a few days, and even last Friday. Do you remember the line of question that you've been asked since Friday, Monday, not today?
Yes.
Do you remember defense counsel talking to you about the conversation that you had with the defendant in the back of the squad car on your way down to the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And do you remember defense counsel talking to you about the defendant's ramblings or stories that he was telling you?
Yes.
The stories about him being 5 years old, watching a raid,
Yes.
story about someone with a high table or someone trying to take him out on a bicycle or motorcycle.
Yes.
And the defendant did admit to smoking methamphetamine.
Correct.
And he told you that he got that methamphetamine from road.
Yes.
So you can do your best to talk.
Yes.
And then you remember that you clarified that by asking him the black guy that he hit with a pipe.
Yes.
And when you asked him, was that the black guy you hit with a pipe, do you remember what the defendant did?
He nodded.
So he acknowledged, yes, that's the person I'm talking about.
Yes.
And did you get a urine sample from the defendant?
Yes.
And was that sent to the DCI for testing?
Yes.
And did you get test results back on that urine sample?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could just have for the witness's screen. Lieutenant, let me know if you see something on the screen. And when looking at State's Exhibit 6.9 and 6.91, are those the lab results from the DCI on the testing of the defendant's urine?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that State's Exhibit 6.9 and 6.9 be introduced into evidence.
is there an objection?
Okay.
And sorry, I have to clarify 6.9 and 6.9.1.
All right, any objection to either of those?
Okay.
Those will be admitted.
Thank you. Lieutenant Agley, just looking at State's Exhibit 6.9, what is this report about?
It is about the drug results.
From the urine specimen that was collected from the defendant?
Yes.
And is just briefly looking at 6.9, what drugs were found in his system?
Methamphetamine, amphetamine, and THC.
So is that marijuana?
Yes.
And then 6.9.1, what is this? Hold on, what is this a report from?
From the DCI about alcohol level in urine.
And was there any alcohol detected in the defendant's urine?
No.
With regard to the conversation that you had with the defendant in the back of the squad car, do you remember the defendant saying, quote, "It took something to break me to show the world"?
Yes.
And that was shortly after he had been placed in the back of the squad car after he had been arrested. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And what did you take that to go to?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I'm asking. Sorry, Your Honor.
No, that's fine. The witness is entitled to answer if he knows.
The act that we were questioning him about, which is getting a full.
So at this time, the 3 homicides and the 1 person that was died.
Correct.
One second.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Lieutenant Haley, can we just do a mic check to see?
Check.
You sound a lot better, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And do you also remember when you were sitting in the back of that squad car with the defendant saying, quote, "I'll never do it again. I feel so much better." How do you take that?
Objection, speculation.
That he would never do this again, killing 4 people.
And do you remember him saying, "I love my babies. Tell them I'm sorry."
Yes.
Once again, what did you take that to go to?
That he would no longer be released from custody.
Well, what would he be sorry for?
Objection, speculation.
What do you think he meant that he'd be sorry for?
Objection, speculation.
All right, overruled. As part of the conversation, since this witness was the second part of the conversation, I do believe he's entitled to answer if he knows.
That he killed 4 people.
It's because the other things he told you, that deal with him doing anything.
No.
Did that actually deal with him seeing or claiming to experience something?
Yes.
So the only thing that you guys talked about that the defendant did, what was it?
Hitting.
Hitting who?
Hitting them, each of them.
And who are them, each of them?
The 4 people that were inside the ship.
What are those names?
That is Ramon's Cooper, Amanda Parker, Fred Brown, Caroline.
So the only thing the defendant talked about doing in actions is killing 3 people in this case, and the 4th one later on.
Correct.
And do you also remember him saying, "I want to take them all down"?
Yes.
What did you believe that was related to?
More people involved in what he explained was, he thought was sex trafficking.
Connected to taking down the previous 4 people in that case.
Correct.
We saw on that date of June 5th, 2024, that you and Sergeant Payne spoke to the defendant. Remember watching those videos?
Yes.
Was the defendant the first person you guys spoke to on the scene?
No.
Other people were spoken to before you guys spoke to the defendant. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, was Larry spoken to?
Yes.
Was Matt spoken to?
Yes.
Was Lon spoken to?
Yes.
Was other officers spoken to?
Yes.
So you guys had spoke to a lot of people before you even spoke to the defendant. Is that safe to say?
Correct.
The purpose of that was trying to gather information of what had happened and what you had walked into.
Yes.
And was after speaking to them, you guys spoke to the defendant, and he admitted to you that he hit all of them. Is that my understanding of the events?
Correct.
And in fact, he told you what he used. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
And you guys located it because of where he told you it was.
Yes, exactly what it was.
And did you guys immediately arrest him after he told you those 2 things?
No.
Did you do some further investigation?
Yes.
And in fact, did you guys go to the shop to see if that item was where the defendant told you it was?
Yes, Sergeant Payne.
And did Sergeant Payne find that pipe exactly where the defendant said it was?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes, he did.
And so, you went into this barn or shed, right?
Yes.
How big is this?
It's very, very large, approximately 40 by 60 feet, I'd estimate.
How would you compare it to the size of this courtroom?
It's in similar size, just maybe slightly smaller.
So, a very, very big building.
Yes.
As we saw from body cam footage and exhibits, is there a lot of stuff in this building?
Yes.
How would you describe the amount of stuff in this building?
It was, you had certain areas you could walk, it was very difficult to get around things, it was very congested.
In fact, where Amanda Parker's body was found was even stuck between two of them.
Correct.
The path that appeared that she was going was blocked with stuff.
Yes.
So would it have took a very long time to process and search for every item in this building?
Yes.
If you were not given the exact location and description of the murder weapon, would it have been hard to find it?
Very.
Do you think it's possible that you may never ever have found it?
Yes.
And so the fact that the defendant told you where it was that pretty helpful?
Yes.
And was that the only item that the defendant told you what it was and where it was, the only item that had blood and hair on it?
Yes.
And so you have the defendant saying, I get all of them, each of them. The description and location of the murder weapon, blood and hair, and then you see the 4 bodies with those injuries. Those seem to all add up.
Yes.
So with the admission, the murder weapon, and was that the only murder weapon found?
Yes.
Do you think that it would have been negligent for you guys to ignore all that and just let Luke carry on his day?
Yes.
How so?
The fact that someone admits to hitting 4 people, tells us where the weapon is, told us to be in danger, and we allowed him to go free.
Do you think so you're saying it would have been a bad idea to ignore an admission of hitting 4 people, giving you where the murder weapon is, finding it with blood and hair, to just let him walk around and not worry about it?
Correct.
And so, once you verify information that the defendant gave you on the scene, did your investigation stop that day?
No.
In fact, you guys continued quite a bit more investigation.
I stayed awake until 5 a.m. the next morning.
And did your further investigation include collecting surveillance footage,
Yes.
taking photographs,
Yes.
collecting the pipe,
Yes.
testing the pipe,
Yes.
getting autopsy reports,
Yes.
getting information back from DCI?
Yes.
Quite a bit more stuff to do in this investigation.
Yes.
And let's go back to that surveillance footage. The one that it'd be easy to say that you could probably close your eyes and tell us picture by picture what we're seeing.
Yes.
You watched it that much?
Yes.
When you watched that surveillance footage, did you see Larry go over to the boat while everyone was still alive?
Yes.
Meaning that Ramonis, Amanda, Brett, and Kiana were still alive when Larry walked over to the boat.
Yes.
And in that footage, did you see the defendant go towards that building, outbuilding entrance, with Bro and Amanda?
Yes.
Did you see Bro enter into that building?
Yes.
And I know I say enter, we don't get to see exactly him walk through the door. But based off your investigation, reason, and common sense, what does that tell you where he's going?
Into the shop.
Similar with Amanda
Yes.
and the defendant.
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
And when you saw this footage, when you saw Brett and Kiana entering into this building, is that when we got to saw the defendant leave?
I'm sorry.
Is that when we saw the defendant leaving the building? Was when Brett.
Yes.
And what immediately did you see the defendant do as Brett and Kiana was entering into that building?
He did similar to a down bow face and fall and right back in. Here, spit on the ground.
So immediately turned in to go out.
Correct.
And in all of this footage that you've watched, did you ever see Larry's head move from the boat prior to seeing the defendant's head go towards the boat?
No.
So, in watching the footage, it wasn't until after we saw the defendant's head walking away from the building towards the boat did we eventually get to see Larry's head move towards the building.
Objection, this witness cannot possibly identify whose head is whose at any point.
Remember, this is based off of his observations and his personal opinion. You can't identify.
Overruled. Witness can answer based on his review of the surveillance footage. I believe the question was, it wasn't until after we saw the defendant's head walking away from the building towards the boat, did we eventually see Larry's head moving towards the building based on his recollection of viewing the surveillance footage. So this is I don't think.
Yes.
And based off the footage we reviewed, we know the defendant went to the boat because we saw him exiting between the van.
Correct.
And when he exited the van, what did you see his head do?
Look back toward the other person walking.
Which would have been Larry,
Correct.
towards the direction of the building.
Yes.
The defense talks. And so going with this question still about seeing the defendant's head walking towards the boat. Did you ever see any other head walking away from the building in that back shadow beside that one head going towards the boat?
No.
And we had previously saw, before that one head, Larry Truesdale walked toward the boat.
Yes.
And the direction of that head that was walking towards the boat was away from that building.
Yes.
And that was also the same direction that we saw Luke Truesdale walk towards that building.
Yes.
And other than that one time we saw Luke's head walk through the building, was there any other times that we saw where it's possible Luke had walked to the boat?
No.
You were asked questions about hearing, yelling on the surveillance footage. You remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked questions of, how do you know that was Larry's voice? You remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Do you know Larry Truesdell?
Yes.
Have you dealt with Larry Truesdell before?
Yes.
And is that in your capacity as a Lynn County deputy?
Yes.
So are you very familiar with his voice?
Yes.
Have you had multiple discussions with him?
Yes.
At times has it ever gotten heated?
Yes.
Because when dealing with Larry, have you dealt with him in traffic cases and having drugs?
Yes.
Nothing violent.
Nothing about it.
And so when defense counsel talks to you about, it appears that Larry's barking orders. Do you hear Larry barking orders when he's in the house?
All I hear is him trying to plead to whoever is on the ground to call for help.
So the only orders he's barking is call 911.
Yes.
Call an ambulance.
Yes.
You were asked questions about Larry's DNA not being sent to the DCI to be tested. Remember those kind of questions?
Yes.
And then you stated that it wasn't needed because you guys already had his DNA in the system.
Yes.
And the system are you referring to, is that CODIS?
Yes.
And does the DCI have access to CODIS?
Yes.
So if they wanted to do any cross-check references for Larry Truesdale's DNA, could they have done that?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
And so, when checking the pipe, and the side of the pipe states Exhibit 4, you have one side that has blood and hair, and another side that has nothing. Remember that?
Yes.
And that side that has no blood, nothing, whose DNA was on it?
Who choose that?
And there was no blood on that.
Correct.
Similar how there was no blood on Luke's hands.
Correct.
So his hands who had no blood matched the DNA on a pipe side that had no blood.
Correct.
When we talk about your ongoing investigation, even after June 5th and the investigation that followed, have you still helped with the investigation of this case?
Yes.
Have you been assisting or trying to locate Larry Truesdale?
Yes.
Have you been successful?
No.
When did you start to try to help or look for Larry Truesdale?
Approximately 2.5 years ago.
Before this trial started?
Yes.
Has it just been you that's been trying to locate?
No, I've also tasked our patrol division, some of our detectives to look for him, trace for him, and know addresses.
Have any of you had any luck of actually locating Larry Truesdale?
No.
Besides trying to help locate Larry Truesdale, have you done anything else?
Yes.
What else have you been doing?
We've been listening to jail calls,
Of whose?
with the truth now.
Find anything interesting in those calls?
Yes.
What have you found?
Objection, may be approached.
Yes.
Sure. Your Honor, can we clear the courtroom so we can listen to these calls without the gallery present? Or would you rather we just go back into the back hall? Either way's fine.
I don't want to displace the courtroom. Would it be okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay, and is that acceptable to the state?
Sure.
All right, so we'll do that, then, thank you.
Okay, we're back on the record outside the presence of the jury. All of the attorneys are present as well as the defendant. The state of Iowa provided some audio recordings of jail calls to the defense attorneys who had an opportunity to review those in a room. Mr. McCohen, did you have enough time to get through the calls that were provided to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's take it back up. I haven't had a chance to obviously listen to calls, but what are the questions or line of questioning that the state would like to ask the investigator about with respect to these calls?
Yes, Your Honor. The first line of questioning deals with the defendant talking to a relative about the state unaware to locate Larry Truesdale and the assignment of, since we're not able to locate him, we would not be able to use his information. In addition, there's a phone call talking about the defendant excited with family members about knowing a jury member and believing that he has an insight into the jury now. Second or third, there is a call talking about the defendant saying if he gets off of this or when he gets off of this, he would become famous. And then the last one is there's discussion going still with not able to find Larry, that him and the family believe that he's going to be gone for at least 2 weeks.
Okay, who should I address here? Mr. McCollum, did you have a chance to listen to the calls that fit those descriptions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so tell me about the defendant's perspective as to the proposed line of questioning for the witness.
Your Honor, we fail to see the relevance of any of it, Your Honor. Whether my client knew, didn't know, speculated, or had a discussion about whether Larry, his father, would testify has no bearing on his guilt or innocence. We've already heard this witness testify that he, along with other members of law enforcement, have looked for Larry. Whether my client knew he was gone or not is largely irrelevant. It has nothing to do with, again, his guilt or innocence. Also, once more, it's pure speculation. As far as the potential juror discussion, Your Honor, we believe this is the state's attempt to backdoor a decision that's already been made by this court. We don't believe it's relevant in the slightest, and it's already been something that this court has heard and ruled upon. So as far as the jail calls go, we don't see relevance to any of it. It's not even a prejudicial issue, Your Honor. There's no bearing to what we're talking about in those jail calls.
All right, Mr. Scheer, tell me about the state's position on the relevance of the defendant's perspective in the calls with respect to the issue of Larry not being able to be located, and then also the relevance of him offering speculation about his potential fame. So just those two categories.
Your Honor, we believe that there is relevance that goes first to the defendant's credibility. We've heard the statement made by the defendant in his interview with Lieutenant Agley, as well as we've heard questionings talking to Lieutenant Agley about the time where he's in the back of the squad car, possibly suggesting that it's methamphetamine-induced rambling. This does assist the jury that Lieutenant Agley can describe that he's hearing his voice, the manner of his voice, and help evaluate the interest that the defendant has in the case and his credibility about his statements. His interest and excitement about us not being able to find Larry does go to guilt and innocence, about knowing without some of that information could assist in him escaping responsibility. Similar with fame, it goes once again showing to conscious awareness of guilt and credibility in the matter.
think that it, again, not having heard the call, do you think that it sheds any light on possible motive?
I would think so, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else from the defendant, Mr. McMullen, on those issues?
It absolutely does not have anything to do with motive, Your Honor. The statement is made, once I beat this, they're going to make a movie out of this. That has to do with after the trial, not the motive for what may or may not have happened on that day. It has nothing to do with motive. There's zero relevance to anything that is said on any of these recordings.
All right, thank you. I do think that if the defendant is recorded providing perspective or an opinion on the state's inability to locate a witness, that could be an alternative suspect. That to me seems relevant. And I think the possibility of him talking about, I think I would need to hear the call about being famous. I'm not sure about that. I do think that there's some relevance to discussing the location of his father. I think with respect to the issue about a jury member that, as stated by the defense, has no relevance to this trial other than to potentially cause a mistrial. So I would deny the call with respect to that. I would like to hear the call on the issue of fame, and I would be inclined to allow the call with respect to Larry. Any thoughts or suggestions from the state?
Your Honor, we could provide the court both of those calls to be able to be listened to.
All right.
Since we're also outside the presence of the jury, it gives the court time to think about this as well. And defense, I'm sure we'll have an argument. One question that we were potentially going to propose to Lieutenant Aker, and I don't want to do it unless the court, I like to have a pre-ruling on it, so if the court says no, we wouldn't do it, is that there was questions about not processing and not doing Larry Truesdale's closing. We would propose a question as, why was his items not sent to DCI for testing? And we'd anticipate or know the answer would be is because Luke told me Larry had nothing to do with this. I imagine they would object to this, but it wasn't clear when we had our bench conference about going into some of those statements. And so I would like to get a ruling on that line of questioning with just that answer. And that would be the only question and answer from that to see what the court would say about that.
All right. If they objected to that question, I would sustain it.
Thank you. Then we would not ask that question, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything that we can do before the court rules on the call about potential fame? Is there anything that we can take up in the presence of the jury, continue to question, or do we need to take a break? Do we need to take our lunch break at this time?
I have a couple questions I could ask that would not go with the jail calls, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. McMullen?
Fine, Your Honor.
All right. Then we'll go ahead and bring in the jury. I'll let her know.
And Your Honor,
Yes.
we are okay asking the questions about Larry the jail call. That's my understanding of your ruling, correct? Or
Correct.
okay,
And
thank you.
is there anything, though, that Mr. McMullen you wanted to add to that?
I'll have to see what the questions are, Your Honor.
All right. And then again, the witness is just instructed to hang on if there is an objection. Thank you. All right, please have a seat. We're back on the record in the presence of the jury. Apologize for the length of that grace and thank you for your patience. The state of Iowa may resume their questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Egley, before break, we were talking about your continuing investigation in this case. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And we'd asked, and you had stated that you had listened to some jailhouse calls made by the defendant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you hear any calls where the defendant spoke about his father, Larry Truesdale?
Yes.
Can you describe to me the defendant's voice or the contents of that phone call?
He seemed excited that we were unable to locate Larry to serve him a subpoena to testify.
He said he seemed to be very excited that the state could not find Larry Truesdale to testify.
Yes.
And do you know who he was talking to?
A relative. I don't know who.
And did he express why he was excited that the state could not find Larry Truesdale?
Because we wouldn't be able to use his
Objection.
statement.
What's the objection, Your Honor?
We're getting into, that answer is going to get into things that are inappropriate for the jury to hear.
All right, could you approach this? All right, we had a brief discussion off the record. The objection is overruled at this time, and the prosecutor is instructed to follow the rules from the court made outside the bench conference. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Lieutenant Egley, I was asking the question, did the defendant state why he was excited?
Yes, that we would not be able to use his statements in court.
And any of those calls, did the defendant say that Larry was the killer?
No.
And was there any discussion in the phone call about how long Larry was going to be gone?
Yes.
And how long was Larry going to be gone?
A couple of weeks.
And do you recall when you listened or when this phone call was made?
It was since the trial started.
So this call happened while this trial has been going on.
Correct.
And you and other officers have been looking for Larry Truesdale before this trial started.
Yes.
In fact, has our investigator, Al Style, have been looking for Mr. Truesdale?
Yes.
And has there been significant efforts used in trying to locate Larry Truesdale?
Yes.
And has any of those been successful?
No.
And so, based off of your experience as a law enforcement officer and through this investigation, does it appear that Larry Truesdale is hiding so he doesn't have to testify in this trial?
Yes.
And that would be against his son,
Yes.
the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember in your body cam footage, one of the last thing that the defendant said was, "I hope you find the truth"?
Yes.
Through this investigation, have you found the person who killed Ramondis Cooper, Amanda Parker, Brett Brown, and Keanu Ryan?
Objection. Ask the witness to find a legal conclusion. It's the jury's job, not this witness.
Now, this is just a follow-up to cross-question the defense asked him.
If you could rephrase your question.
Yes, Your Honor. Lieutenant Egley, in your opinion, based off of your investigation, your hours of work of this case, do you believe that you found the person responsible?
Yes.
And who is that?
Luke Truesdale.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. We're going to take a shorter lunch break today. We're going to break at this time and then meet back here at 1 o'clock. Try to make up some time. Again, apologies for the delays. We appreciate your patience. Please remember your admonition. Thank you again for your time. You can follow Aaron into the hallway. potential for a movie or the potential for fame, or direct me to the timestamp that I would be listening to, I would appreciate it. Is there anything else before we break for lunch on behalf of the state?
Not on behalf of the state, but I think this would be a good time to make the record about the bench conference that we had.
Yeah, Mr. McClellan, if there's anything that you'd like to see for the record, please feel free.
For the bench conference, or for the,
For whatever you would like.
okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure?
This is what we downloaded, the phone calls on Zoom. The state has agreed so that the court uses this.
Okay, I need to get some direction for what to look for.
It is the audio file ending in _6. There are 5, I believe, audio files on there. There are also our exhibits. So it's within the folder titled Calls. The audio is itself approximately 15 minutes long. It happens at the first maybe 3 to 4. The remaining portion of that audio call is our client's daughter reading a chicken book.
All right, so we're talking about under calls _6.mp3.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
As for the bench conference, I will defer to the states.
All right, so we had a brief bench conference with respect to concerns over the witness testifying about the jail call concerning the defendant's statement about the state's inability to locate Larry Drusdale. There's an objection by the defendant, as previously stated on the record, about the jail calls. The defendant previously objected to all of the jail calls being discussed. The court ruled that the jail call concerning the juror was not to be brought up. I would reserve ruling on the issue concerning the _6 call that I will review over the lunch hour. And the court previously admitted or allowed the state to ask the witness about the jail call concerning the state's inability to locate Larry Drusdale. The state then proceeded to ask the witness the questions with respect to Larry Drusdale, and that's where we are. So what else needs to be said?
Nothing for the state.
No,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Is that okay, Mr. McMillan? Did you want to add anything?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right, we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. record in the state of Iowa versus Luke Truesdale were outside the presence of the jury, and all the attorneys are personally present as well as the defendant. All right, anything we need to take up other than that final ruling from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I had an opportunity to review the jail call, and unlike the defendant speaking about the state not being able to locate Larry Truesdale, which in that case, at least to me, if the defendant is attempting to blame his father, his jail call statements could lead an individual to infer that it makes it more likely that he committed these crimes based on those statements. The other statements that I listened to, quote, "When I beat this, I'll be famous," and quote, "Tell her I'll be on court TV," or tell his child he'll be on court TV, to me don't appear to be connected to the day of the murders, don't make it any more or less likely that he committed any crimes, and don't appear relevant to any material issue or fact of consequence. It's just not a close call for me. The evidence is just not relevant. So anything else before we bring in the jury, Mr. Scheer?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McMullen.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Have a seat. We're now in the presence of the jury. Welcome back. Thanks again for your patience. Is the defense prepared for?
Your Honor,
I'm sorry, you were continuing on.
Yes, Your
Go
Honor.
right ahead, Mr. Scheer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Egley, I just have a few more questions for you, if that's okay.
Yes.
During your cross-examination by Mr. McMullen, he used the phrase allege a lot when talking about the defendant's confession. Do you remember that as line of questions?
Yes.
To you, what's the word allege mean so we're all on the same page?
Accusation without evidence.
Meaning something could or could not have happened?
Correct.
In this case, before we go into that, when you were putting handcuffs on the defendant, did he ever say that his dad did this?
No.
When you rode with him in the back of the squad car, did he ever tell you his dad did this?
No.
And when you listened to those calls, never once he mentioned that his dad, Larry Truesdale, did this?
Correct.
And so when we go back to, as Mr. McMullen liked to refer to, alleged confession. Did the defendant allegedly say, I hit all of them?
No, he said it.
So he didn't allege it, he actually confessed.
Correct.
And did the defendant allegedly say, inside there's a metal pipe that was used?
No, he said it.
And when you were back in the squad car, and you asked the defendant, the black male that you hit, did he allegedly shake his head?
No, he shook it.
And when you asked him in the back of the car what Amanda said as he walked towards her, did he allegedly say,
Objection, Your Honor, this is a misstatement of cross-examination.
Overruled.
did he allegedly say that Amanda said no, no, no?
No, I heard him.
The defendant actually stated Amanda said no, no, no.
Yes.
So there's no allegement. He actually confessed to these crimes.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, Mr. McMullen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Egley, we're not denying that those statements were made, correct?
Correct.
The alleged was in reference to whether it was a confession, correct?
Yes, he stated that.
Well, my use of the word alleged was characterizing it as a confession, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't whether he allegedly said anything?
Correct.
Just to clarify that. And as far as these statements go, you can't tell us what was in Luke's head, correct? When he made any of these statements, you can't tell us what was in his head, correct? What he was thinking?
No.
And so you saying that's a confession is your interpretation of what's being said, correct?
I have to collect the facts, and that is what he told me.
But his statements, you're interpreting what they mean, correct?
Objection to asked and answered.
Overruled.
That is the answer to when I ask him questions, he provides me the answer, and yes. It's usually yes or no when I ask him the question.
Likewise, the state asked about who was walking back in, and can I have the screen, Your Honor? Aaron, can we dim the lights, please? Thank you.
And we're displaying,
Defendant's Exhibit P-17.
thank you.
The state asked, and you answered multiple times, that you saw Luke and Larry walking back in this area, correct?
I saw what appeared to be Luke walk back to that area.
Well, you actually said it was Luke and Larry, yes? You identified them specifically. The state continued to ask you over and over again, Luke and Larry, and you continued to identify them as those two individuals, correct?
Not that path. The only path that I saw Larry take was visible out to the boat, and then I saw that he returned in the other area.
And so when you were talking about two individuals back in here and referring to them in Luke and Larry,
Yes.
that is not accurate because you don't know who's back there, correct? You cannot tell who is who, correct?
I can't tell who's who when they're clear back there by the boat.
You can't even tell if it's Luke or Larry, correct?
All the evidence supported that they were.
I understand
can't.
that, but you can't see them, yes?
Yes.
Similarly, you can't see the person walking right through here, so you can't identify them at all, can you?
I
Correct?
cannot.
And just for the record, the laser pointer was previously pointed at the boat and is now being used by Mr. McMullen to the left of the car, and I'm not sure what that middle object is in front of the full shed. Do you have a better description? Go ahead.
I'm pointing to the area on the surveillance footage between what looks to be an SUV and a truck, where we do see a shadow walking a couple of different times on the surveillance footage. But you cannot identify who that is, correct?
It's just a dark head.
You're just drawing an assumption, a conclusion of who that is, yes?
Objection, he's asked and answered. It's just a dark head.
Sustain.
And we talked on my original cross, you acknowledged people could very easily be walking through this tree line that abuts the back of the boat, and the surveillance footage would never catch it, correct?
Yes and no. Anything's possible. Anybody could move from back there, but there was no other evidence to support anyone else was there.
You didn't see it, yes?
Yes, I did not see
But
anyone.
I apologize, but from the surveillance footage, you acknowledged that right back here, that would have been very easy to walk around through the tree line and nobody could be able to notice it, yes?
Yes,
Okay. And so we don't know if Larry ever walked to the shed, correct?
I don't believe he did.
Don't believe he did, but we can't say that for sure, can we?
With all of the evidence I was provided at that time, the statements together supported that he walked there after Luke walked out there.
But we can't see it, can we?
No, we cannot.
Likewise, Luke could have walked that same direction towards the boat, and we never could have seen it, correct? Because the surveillance footage isn't that clear.
I'm not exactly sure what direction you're referring to.
Luke could have very easily walked from the front of the shed over here, checked out the trailer, walked through the tree line, and then got into the boat, and Larry could have done the same thing, and neither one of them would have been on surveillance footage, correct?
Yes, correct.
The state asked you about the DNA swabs on Larry's hands, yes?
Yes,
And there were some questions about whether Larry's DNA was in codex, yes?
yes,
But those swabs weren't to check to make sure that Larry's hands had his own DNA on them, were they?
no,
They were to check for other people's DNA, correct?
correct,
And still, no test was done, correct?
correct.
You had said that, and I don't remember the correction, Lieutenant, or the question, Lieutenant, and I apologize, but you had indicated that Larry wasn't violent, correct?
Correct.
Does that mean that you were not involved with his arrest for willful injury in 2005?
I was not.
And so that statement isn't accurate?
Yes, I was not. I've never experienced him violent.
You would consider willful injury to be a violent offense, though, yes?
Correct.
And there's been discussions about whether Luke at any point pointed to Larry, yes? About who did this? There's been questions about whether Luke ever pointed to Larry about Larry having done this, yes?
Yes,
And correct me if I'm wrong, but after Luke was in custody, you had a follow-up.
Objection, Your Honor. This question is going to call for a hearsay answer. May we approach?
Yes. Objection is sustained.
Can I have a second, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shear, do you have any additional questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant. You're excused. Yes. Okay, does the state have another witness at this time?
State calls Rory Deal.
Good afternoon, sir. Please come forward and have a seat right behind the red microphone there. Just make yourself comfortable. You can move the microphone if you need to. Try to speak as clearly as you can. The court reporter's writing down what you say, and when you're ready, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Whenever the state's ready.
Thank you. Before we start, will you start us off by spelling your first and last name for the record, please?
My first name is Rory, R-O-R-Y, and last name is Deol, D-E-O-L.
Thank you. Dr. Deal, can you tell us how you're employed?
I am an associate state medical examiner with the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner in Ankeny, Iowa.
And how long have you held the title Associate State Medical Examiner?
In total for 1.5 years.
Have you worked as a medical examiner in any other offices prior to working for the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner?
Yes.
And where was that?
I've worked as a medical examiner for the state of Oklahoma in the Eastern Division out of the Tulsa, Oklahoma office, and for the Polk County Medical Examiner's Office in Polk County, Iowa.
In the 1.5 years that you told us that you have held the title of Associate State Medical Examiner, did that include the time that you spent working as a medical examiner in Tulsa and in Polk County?
No.
So in total, how long have you done this type of work?
A little over 5 years.
And going forward, because Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner is a mouthful, is it okay if I refer to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your, or a lot about your educational background that qualifies you to hold that position?
I did my undergraduate training at the University of Northern Iowa, where I received degrees in biology and psychology. After that, I completed medical school at A.T. Still University in Arizona for 4 years, where I received a degree in medicine. After that, I completed 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency training in St. Louis at St. Louis University Hospital. And after that, I did 1 year of forensic pathology fellowship training at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
You said a couple of things there I want to get a little bit of additional information on. You said that you did a fellowship.
Correct.
Can you tell us what it means to be a fellow?
Sure. After medical school, you have to subspecialize in some area of medicine. That might be family practice, emergency medicine, surgery. I chose pathology. You train in general pathology for 4 years, after which you can further subspecialize in an area of the body, maybe the brain or the liver. For me, I chose forensic pathology, which is the study of the causes and manners of death.
So, studies of the causes and manners of death, generally what is pathology?
Generally, pathology, it literally translates to the study of suffering. Pathology encompasses everything that ails a human being, from injuries to disease to sickness to inflammatory conditions, cancers, Anything that would be diagnosed at a hospital, pathology covers.
And your specialty or your specific area of focus was forensic pathology.
Correct.
And so then are you considered a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Dr. Diol, can you tell us what, if any, licensures or certifications you hold?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and board certified in forensic pathology.
What's anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is generally speaking, it's the diagnosis of cancers and any other diseases of the body.
And you have a license to practice medicine, correct?
I do.
Is that in more than one state you're
Yes, it
licensed? Is
Yeah.
that both Oklahoma and Iowa?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to coming into court today, did you provide the county attorney's office with a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
And does your curriculum vitae include your work history, your educational background, licenses, and all of the continuing education that you have taken and or received?
It does include that in my board certifications.
Your Honor, the state offers 9.1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Dr. Diol, can you tell us as an associate state medical examiner what your primary job responsibilities are?
As I mentioned before, the primary job responsibility is determining the cause and manner of death. The cause of death is whatever it is that results in a person's death. If somebody has a heart attack and they have a history of hypertension, I would certify the cause of death as hypertensive cardiovascular disease. If they were in a car accident and they had multiple blunt force injuries that resulted in death, the cause of death might be multiple blunt force injuries. And the manner of death in the United States is 5 different categories of classification that we use just for vital statistics purposes to categorize each type of death.
Now, when you talk about classifying the cause and manner of death, do you do that by way of performing an autopsy on a person?
Yes.
And so, is performing autopsies one of your primary responsibilities?
Yes.
Can you tell us approximately in the 5 years that you have worked in the area of forensic pathology and being a medical examiner, approximately how many autopsies you yourself have performed?
As of now, about 2,500.
Is there a standard or an industry standard, industry protocols that are used when each autopsy is performed?
It can vary by jurisdiction or geographic region, but generally there are national guidelines set forth.
Are there changes in those protocols or procedures when you are performing an autopsy in a suspected homicide?
Yes.
And what changes between a non-homicide autopsy and a homicide autopsy?
For a general autopsy, that might include documentation of any injuries or disease process, clothing, personal effects that come with the body. When there's suspicion of foul play or homicide being suspected, we may also collect evidence such as DNA, hair, fingerprints, any additional items on the body that might be relevant to further investigation from other agencies.
When autopsies are performed at the state medical examiner's office, are those performed individually? Do you do that in partner with staff or technicians? How's that work?
I have technicians who assist with the autopsy.
But as far as doctor on scene performing the autopsy, there's one doctor per body.
Correct.
Now, you discussed this industry standard for performing an autopsy. Can you walk us through generally what the steps are when you receive a body in the medical examiner's office?
When a death occurs in the community, the medical examiner's office will be notified. That county's medical examiner investigator and county medical examiner will process the scene, and they'll secure the body in a body bag. They will place a seal on the body bag, which is a tag that identifies that the body bag was sealed and not tampered with prior to the next time somebody opens the body bag, and generally put a tag with a name identifying who is in the bag. That will be then transported to our office, which is a secured facility with controlled entry and exit with cameras, and we have a front desk staff who handles the intake of any body coming into our office, and the body will be then stored in a cooler until such time as the autopsy can be scheduled. Generally speaking, that happens 7 days a week, 365 days a year, every morning, and that case will be assigned to a physician. In this case, those assigned cases where I then reviewed relevant material that we had available, and then began the autopsy examination in the suite.
So when you begin the autopsy examination, you retrieve the body from the cooler,
Correct.
and then what are your steps from the moment that you're opening up the body bag until completion of your autopsy?
We document that that seal that I mentioned previously is still intact, make note of the identification, ensure that it's the correct case that we intend to autopsy. The body bag will then be opened, and everything will be photographed as received. The person may be clothed or unclothed, but that will be documented initially after opening the body bag. We will take note of anything that's on the external surface of the body, such as clothing, personal effects, other items maybe of evidentiary value, and collect those if needed. Then the body will be disrobed. We'll take note in photographs of the body disrobed before we've cleaned the body to collect any evidence and document any injuries or disease process. The body will then be cleaned, and then we'll do that same process again, where we photograph and document and take note of any injuries or disease process on the body before we begin our internal examination.
Why is it important to do an examination before the body is cleaned and then do a secondary review of the body once the body has been washed and cleaned?
We want to make sure that if we're collecting information, we want to disturb it as little as possible. Some of the material that we may collect will be used for subsequent DNA analysis. We want to make sure that's as least contaminated as possible, so that's why we'll collect information right after the body bag has been opened. And then the process of documenting the body in what we would call the dirty state, where there might be debris or dried blood on the body, that can obscure findings such as disease and injury. And cleaning the body allows me to better see the skin and document any of those findings.
As you go through each phase, for lack of a better term, of the autopsy, the receiving the body, the examining it while it's dirty, the examination after the body is cleaned, are you also then documenting your findings?
Yes.
And eventually, do your findings that you've documented end up in a report of autopsy for each body that you autopsy?
Yes.
Throughout that process, are you also then photographing your findings?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that throughout the stages of your autopsy, you take several photos?
Yes.
Dr. Dewey, were you assigned to perform the autopsies of the bodies belonging to Amanda Parker, Ramondis Cooper, Kiana Ryan, and Brent Brown?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us how it is that you became involved in this case?
I was assigned as the primary physician on June 7th, 2024, and that is the day that I performed the autopsies on Kiana Ryan, Amanda Parker, and Ramondis Cooper. And there was an additional case that came to our office that I performed the autopsy on June 12th, 2024, and that was Brent Brown.
And when you say an additional case, do you mean an additional body?
Correct.
All related to the same incident, but where did you receive Brent Brown's body from?
The University of Iowa Hospital.
And is that because he was there receiving medical treatment before he died?
It was.
When you are assigned bodies for autopsy, how is that assignment done? Who tells you this is your case?
There is a schedule that is released at the start of every month, assigning one of the 6 full-time forensic pathologists and any part-time pathologists that are part of our staff to be the lead pathologist for that day. That is a role that usually takes the cases that are of a higher nature, such as homicides or unknown causes of death.
So there was no picking and choosing or any personal interest that you had in this case. You were just up as the pathologist for that day that the bodies were received.
Correct.
Because you performed the autopsies of Amanda Parker, Kiana Ryan, and Ramondis Cooper, even though it might not have been your day on June 12th when Brent Brown's body was received, was there a decision made at your office that you would also perform his autopsy?
Yes.
Prior to performing an autopsy, what information, well, specifically in this case, What information did you have prior to going into autopsy?
The information I had was very preliminary, coming from the medical examiner investigator, stating that 4 individuals were found unresponsive within a structure on residential property, and that 3 of those individuals were pronounced deceased on scene. 1 was surviving but in critical condition and had been transported to the University of Iowa for further care.
Is it typical that you get background information prior to an autopsy?
It is, but it can be very limited.
The information that you get, is it helpful to what you do?
It can be assisting.
The report of autopsies that you completed, did you do 4 separate report of autopsies for each individual body that you received?
Yes, I issued 1 report per individual.
May I have the witness's screen, Your Honor? Is that up there, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Looking first at State's Exhibit 9.2, is this a report of autopsy that you completed for Brent Brown?
It's coming.
It's what?
It's coming.
Oh.
He's warming up. All right, we can see the computer screen.
Give me 1 second, Judge.
Okay.
I changed my setting for PowerPoint that we're not to yet, so let me change that back. Your Honor, with the stipulation from the defense that they're not objecting on foundational grounds, the state would then just offer 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, and 9.5. Those are the 4 autopsy reports completed by Dr. Deal.
All right, no objection, correct?
Correct.
Admitted.
Thank you. Is his screen still on, Judge?
It is now on, and let me know when you'd like me to publish that.
Okay. I'm going to start first publishing 9.5 being the autopsy report for Amanda Parker. Dr. Deol, would you agree that the report of autopsy is a 14-page document in total?
Correct.
And that would, or does that include your findings in your report of autopsy as well as toxicology report from NMS Labs?
It does.
Looking first at the report of autopsy for Amanda Parker, can you tell us, firstly, what a pathologic diagnosis is?
The pathologic diagnoses are a list of conditions that I found during the autopsy examination that may include injuries or natural disease process and may include results of any other ancillary testing such as toxicology testing.
Pathologic diagnoses, if I understand correctly, don't necessarily contribute to a cause of death.
That's correct.
And so can you tell us, starting with Roman numeral 1, what the first pathological diagnosis was for Amanda Parker?
First diagnosis here is blunt force trauma of the head.
And the blunt force trauma of the head, you have some subsections or subparagraphs under Roman numeral 1. Can you tell us about that?
This is a listing of all the injuries associated with that blunt force trauma of the head, which includes, just for clarification, blunt force trauma can lead predominantly to 3 types of injuries. One is a contusion, also known as a bruise, where there's bleeding under the skin but the skin hasn't been disrupted. An abrasion or a scrape where the skin has been disrupted and rubbed off, and a laceration where the impact causes a tearing of the skin. And in this case, I've documented lacerations, abraded lacerations, contused lacerations, contusions, multiple fractures. Visceral injuries are injuries to the organs of the body, in this case the brain. and then areas of the head and neck where there was collections of blood, also known as hemorrhage.
Under Roman numeral 2, you note other blunt force injuries. Can you tell us where you located those additional blunt force injuries?
Those injuries, as mentioned on subsection A and B, were on the upper extremities, the arms, and the lower extremities, the legs.
And then under number 3, can you tell us what that is?
Atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease is a medical term stating that in the vessels that give the heart oxygen and blood, that there was a narrowing due to plaque formation, or as a result of high lipids or hyperlipidemia.
And number 4?
Number 4 says toxicological analyses are positive for methamphetamine. Toxicology was done on this case, and in that case, the blood sample from the femoral blood, as noted there, came back positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine.
You noted that the toxicological, close enough, I apologize, that the toxicology reports showed methamphetamine and amphetamine. Are those two separate drugs?
They can be in the body separately, amphetamine specifically and methamphetamine, but in this case it's likely that methamphetamine is what we call the parent drug, or what was taken into the body initially. The body will break down compounds that we take, whether it's medication or an illicit drug substance, and in the process of breaking down those substances it creates a secondary substance, in which case amphetamine. We call that a byproduct of the drug.
In regard to subparagraphs or paragraphs Roman numeral 2, 3, and 4, other blunt force injuries, the cardiovascular disease, and the toxicology, did you find that any of those 3 paragraphs contributed to the cause or manner of death?
They did not.
Okay. So, included on that first page under cause of death, can you tell us what your findings were for the cause of death for Amanda Parker?
Cause of death is blunt force trauma of the head.
And then the manner of death is homicide.
Correct.
You noted that there are 5 separate manners of death. Can you tell us what the other manners of death are?
Sure. In the example I gave where somebody dies of a heart attack due to heart disease, the manner of death would be natural. The death was due to natural disease process. If death is the unintended outcome of an event, it may be classified as an accident, such as a motor vehicle accident. If death results due to one's own actions taking their own life, that would be classified as suicide. Homicide is death resulting due to the actions of another individual. If we can't decide of any of those 4 because the circumstances don't clarify or leave open possibility of multiple of those that I described, then we have a 5th manner called undetermined.
And so when you use the term homicide, that's a medical term?
Correct.
Contained within the report of autopsy, is there a section on the report of autopsy where you talk about evidence of injury?
Yes.
Specifically related to Amanda Parker's autopsy, can you tell us roughly how many injuries you located on the body?
To reference that for certain, I'd have to see the end of this list. And it looks like 44 total injuries.
Out of those 44 total injuries, would it also be correct that not all of those 44 injuries that you located on the body contributed to the cause of death?
Correct.
When you were subpoenaed to testify in this trial, were you also asked to put together a PowerPoint presentation that depicts photographs taken during your autopsy that demonstrate the injuries that you believe contributed to the death of Amanda Parker?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would offer 9.6, that PowerPoint.
Just to make clear for the record, Your Honor, it looks like there's a PowerPoint for each of the deceased in one exhibit, and I'm not objecting to any of them.
Okay, thank you.
Will you clear my screen briefly, Your Honor, so that I can get my screens back right? Your Honor, I would like to publish 9.6, but before you do, will you make sure that all you see on your screen is...
The words Amanda Parker.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Doctor, there is a laser pointer up there, I believe. It may have to be turned on with the toggle on the side of it.
Okay.
Perfect. And for whatever reason, it doesn't work on the television, only on the big screen.
Okay.
Looking at the first slide in your PowerPoint, can you tell us what it is that we're seeing in this photograph?
There's a ruler with a series of numbers at the bottom that is denoting the year, 24, and then the 5-digit case number that we use in our office to identify the case in question, which will be present in all the photographs. There's a red plastic seal with a 6-digit number. That is the evidence seal that I mentioned that secures the body bag and identifies there's no tampering between the scene and the start of the autopsy. And then a yellow card depicting the name of the individual believed to be in the body bag.
On that yellow tag under seal number, does the number depicted there match the locking mechanism?
It does.
And is that locking mechanism important so that you know nothing has happened or the body hasn't been tampered with since the time it was sealed?
Yes, it maintains our chain of custody, which is our way of documenting that who interacted with the body is documented every time and what happened is documented every time.
The ruler that's seen with the medical examiner's case number on it, does using a ruler during your autopsy and while you're photographing assist in giving you perspective when you're zooming in and zooming out of specific injuries?
Yes, it can.
What are we seeing in the second slide?
In this photograph, we are seeing the covered left foot and uncovered right foot of Amanda Parker, and on the right big toe is a seal or a tag identifying the name of the decedent in the bag.
And did you verify that the information on the toe tag was the same information regarding the seal number, the tagged by, and the decedent's name that you found on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
In the next slide, Dr. Diol, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is a photo taken immediately after the body bag and the seal had been removed and the body bag was opened before disturbing any nature of the body, showing the upper half of the body as received by our office.
The bag on the hand with the evidence tape around it, can you tell us, well, firstly, was that bag there when you received the body?
Yes, that was there when we received the body.
And what is the purpose of that evidence bag?
Because the hands, specifically the fingernails, can contain DNA information or other evidence that can be important to maintain cleanliness of or make sure that it's not contaminated, the investigator on scene will often put a paper bag on the hands and then seal it with evidence tape to keep that material as clean as possible.
And what are we seeing in the next slide?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the body as received.
In the following slide, being slide 6, can you tell us what we are seeing in this photograph?
On the left side of the image is the upper portion of the decedent's back with the body facing down. And then there is an injury here on the back of the scalp, right here in the back of the head. This is a laceration where blood force injury had caused tearing of the skin.
And for clarification, is there an injury under the evidence of injury that we looked at on page 3 of your autopsy report that this specific injury correlates with?
Yes.
And is that injury number 4?
I would have to refer to the autopsy reports to be absolutely certain.
Do you have a copy of that up there?
I do not.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Dr. Diol, in answering questions related to specific injuries that we are going to see on this PowerPoint, would it be helpful for you to keep a copy of this autopsy report up there with you for reference?
Yes, it would, and likely so for all 4 cases.
I'll bring the other ones up now.
Thank you. Thank you. In reference to the question, yes, I see injury number 4 describing a laceration to the left posterior parietal scalp. It's referring to this injury picture.
And earlier you stated briefly what a laceration was. Can you tell us specifically, can you say that again? What makes you categorize something as a laceration?
So laceration, as I mentioned, is a blunt force impact to the body that causes tearing of the skin. That I can't say specifically what object it may have been. Multiple blunt force objects could be used to confer the same type of injury. But in analyzing the injury, we can say that it's more likely that it was a blunt object rather than a sharp object due to the nature of the wound edges. There are different parts of the skin that are stronger and survive injury better, such as blood vessels, whereas the skin might tear and the blood vessels remain intact. I will see that present in the wound where those blood vessels bridge the gap, but the skin will be broken.
Looking at slide 7, what are we seeing here?
This is the same injury that was depicted in the last photograph. I've shaved the hair around it to better visualize the injury and show the rim of red-pink coloration here and here. That is an abrasion that is a part of it where the skin surface had been rubbed away.
And if this doesn't make sense, let me know. When you say that there's an abrasion on the outside of that laceration where the skin has been rubbed away, is that something that would have happened during this same strike?
It's more than likely. A single strike can cause a laceration. It can cause a laceration that has an abraded component that I would write down as an abraded laceration, or it can cause an abrasion, a laceration, and bleeding in the tissue, which I might call an abraded contused laceration.
And so there was nothing specific about this injury that led you to believe that there was more than one impact for that specific injury?
Correct.
Looking at slide 8, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
So with the body still facing down, the back is present on the left side of the image, and just above the placard ruler with the case number, we see 2 injuries, one towards the back of the right side of the head, one towards the front of the right side of the head.
And on that list of evidence of injury, which specific injuries were these correlated to?
So injury number 2 is listed as being the right anterior parietal scalp. Anterior in this case meaning more towards the front of the body. This is injury number 2. Injury number 3 is listed as the right posterior parietal scalp. Posterior meaning more towards the back of the body. This is injury number 3.
What are we seeing in slide number 9, Dr. Diol?
Injury number 3 on the back side of the right side of the head, the tissue has been lifted up to show that some of the scalp hair was pushed deeper into the tissue due to the impact to that region.
And in slide 10?
So this is that injury we just saw with the area around it shaved.
And I don't have a laser pointer, but the hair that you talked about being embedded into this injury, is that visible on this photograph?
Yes, there is hair present sticking out of the wound opening that is embedded into the tissue.
And so where the hair would typically be at the scalp level, at the skin level, this hair is in the wound?
Correct. These hairs would have likely been rooted somewhere adjacent to the injury, and due to the impact, they were pushed into the wound opening underneath the skin.
Does that take some amount of force to do that?
It would take some amount of force, but the amount I can't say for certain.
Sure. Looking then at State's exhibit, still the same exhibit, slide number 11. Tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
This photograph is taken after the scalp has been incised from one ear over the top of the head to the other ear, and the tissue has been reflected forwards and backwards, exposing the skull. The ruler is positioned at the posterior aspect, or the back of the head, and the front of the head will be off towards the right of the screen. In the center, we see a disruption to the skull with small embedded hair fragments within a fracture that I identified on the skull.
And when you say a fracture, can you tell us just what is a fracture?
A fracture is a break in the bone. So any bone in the body can be fractured. It just means that an injury occurred where the bone broke.
And so not only did that same strike cause a laceration, it also was a hard enough strike to crack the skull.
That's correct.
And then the hair that was embedded in the tissue, the strike was also hard enough to embed hair into the skull bone itself.
Correct.
Is there anything in addition to that area that you just described for us, doctor, that you wanted to draw our attention to in this image?
I also note under the description of wound number 3 that material was collected from the right posterior skull. There was small black material removed from the skull fracture. So in addition to there being scalp hair present, there was a foreign body that was small black material that I collected and submitted as evidence.
I'm going to move on to slide 12. Tell us what slide 12 is.
So this is the same area that was just pictured in the previous image. Some of the soft tissue has been removed to better visualize the surface of the skull, as well as the fracture, and the small black material that is embedded within the fracture, as well as the scalp hair.
Jumping ahead just a little bit, when you talk about the small black material, did you find material consistent with that, the small black material? Did you find that embedded in all 4 bodies associated with this case?
I found similar material in fractures of the skull in all 4.
As part of this investigation, did you also have an opportunity to observe the murder weapon in this case?
Towards the end of June of 2024, I was able to go to the the Division of Criminal Investigations, the DCI Crime Lab, and observe an alleged weapon that was supposed to have been used.
And can you recall if that weapon was coated in a black material?
It was.
Can you recall observing on the ends of that weapon where black material had chipped off?
There were multiple areas of deformity. It'd be beyond my expertise to say if that was what caused that deformity.
Sure, but what you can say is you did observe, and when you use the term deformity, I'm just specifically asking, did it look like there was black material missing from the end of the pipe?
It looked like the black material coating the pipe had been disrupted.
Looking at slide 13, tell us what we're seeing here.
We previously described this injury that's more towards the top left side of the frame. The area around this injury has now been shaved, exposing the wound margins for injury number 2.
And when you say injury number 2, is that number 2 in reference to the evidence of injury number associated with the autopsy report?
Correct. The number as listed in my autopsy report.
And can you tell us in slide 14 what we're seeing here?
The scalp has been reflected to expose the skull and better visualize the fracture underlying that soft tissue injury that was depicted in the previous photograph.
Is the skull also fractured at this injury site?
Yes, it is.
And at this injury site, did you find any of those black fragments associated with the skull in this area?
Pictured in this image that we have here, there's the site that I described previously recovering scalp hair and black material. There's this fracture associated with the soft tissue injury that we just identified in the previous slide. And there's another injury that we have not seen the soft tissue injury for, or the injury on the skin, here where you can see some black material.
On this side of the skull, there is darker areas, for lack of a better term. Can you just explain to us what would cause this area here to be darker?
This pattern of maroon, dark red discoloration is hemorrhage or bleeding. Normally, this area of the skull has a muscle attached to it called the temporalis muscle, which assists us in chewing. If there's injury to that muscle or injury underlying that muscle to the skull below it, it could cause bleeding to that muscle. So as part of our exam, we removed that muscle to expose the skull, which revealed a fracture, which are these linear radiating lines, and then the deep red maroon hemorrhage present within that muscle and the skull.
And does that entire area then correlate with the soft tissue injury that you called injury number 2?
It does.
Looking then at slide 15, tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
We have an injury here of the right side of the forehead, so the body is now facing up with the placard towards the lower portion of the face, and here the scalp line, and just at the right forehead there's a laceration exposing the skull.
And so is this the skull, the area within the lacerated skin?
It is.
And so this strike was also deep enough to lacerate the skin to the skull level?
Correct.
What are we seeing in slide 16?
This photo depicts that same injury that was previously described in the last photo, with the area around it shaved to better identify the wound.
And in slide 17, tell us what we're seeing here, doctor.
This is the area of the skull underlying that injury to the right forehead, showing a skull fracture, these curved or curvilinear patterns of fracture here, as well as multiple curvilinear defects with black material embedded within those fractures.
And when you say embedded within the fractures, that black material is doing more than just sitting on the surface.
Correct. It took some force to remove it.
Explain to us what we're seeing in slide number 18, doctor.
For orientation, the area on the left side of the image by the ruler is the back of the head, or the scalp here that has been reflected and peeled backwards. And the front of the head is on the right side of the image. What we're viewing in the middle of the image is the base of the skull, after the top of the skull and the brain have both been removed.
So when you talked about making that incision that went from ear to ear over the top of the head, is the face then pulled down towards the chin?
The scalp of the front of the head is reflected down, covering the face.
And then the back is pulled down in the back?
Correct.
In this image, has the skull also, or a portion of the skull also been removed?
Yes, the top of the skull, known as the calvarium, or the dome of the skull, where you would wear a hat, has been removed.
And additionally, has the brain also been removed at this point?
Yes.
And so when you say we're looking at the base of the skull, which area is the base of the skull?
So the brain would sit inside of this area of the skull, which acts kind of like a bowl to support the brain, with the back of the brain being here on the left side of the image, and the front of the brain here on the right side, just below these bony structures here, would be the eyeballs.
And what specifically about this photo demonstrated, what injuries did you see in this photo?
There are a number of injuries depicted in this photograph. We can break up the base of the skull into 3 different compartments. The anterior portion, which means front, the posterior portion, which means back, and then the middle portion, which is the area in between. There are fractures of the right and left side of the anterior portion, fractures on the right side of the middle portion, and then fractures on the left side of the posterior portion.
Have you seen injuries like that before?
I have.
And when do you typically see injuries to that extent?
Most common circumstance which I see injuries to the skull base like this would be motor vehicle collisions where there's a high amount of trauma to the body.
You also performed the autopsy of Ramondis Cooper.
Correct.
Can you tell us, doctor, what your pathologic diagnoses for Ramondis Cooper were?
The first listed pathologic diagnosis is blunt force trauma of the head. The second listed is other blunt force injuries. The third listed is atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. And the last one is toxicological analyses are positive for methamphetamine.
And what was the cause of death for Ramondis Cooper?
The cause of death is blunt force trauma of the head.
And the manner of death?
Homicide.
Similarly to the report of autopsy that we saw for Amanda Parker, would you agree that the injuries under that first paragraph, blunt force injuries, were the contributing factors to the death and not the second, third, and fourth paragraphs?
Correct, just the blunt force trauma of the head.
And similarly, I don't know that I asked this about the first one. You said when you were talking about Amanda Parker's autopsy that toxicology was done at another lab and that blood, femoral blood was used, is that correct?
Correct.
What is femoral blood?
So to clarify, it's blood collected from the femoral artery. What that means is that's the artery that is coursing through your thigh. So there's a major vessel in your thigh, and we try to collect blood from that region preferentially when we perform toxicology.
And so during your autopsy, are you the person then whom collects the femoral blood?
Either myself or the autopsy assistant.
But not the lab?
Correct.
So during the autopsy, that femoral blood is collected from the body by you or your staff, and then that is sent to that NMS labs?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the test that they do is on blood collected at the time of autopsy?
Correct.
And just to be clear, in any of the 4 decedents with whom you autopsied, was methamphetamines at all a contributing factor to the deaths?
It was not.
Did you also put together photos that captured or depicted the most traumatic injuries that caused the death of Ramondis Cooper?
I did.
I want to look at slide 20 of the PowerPoint. Tell us what we're seeing in slide 20.
In this image, we're showing another ruler with a number denoting the case number for the state medical examiner's office, a red plastic tag or seal showing a 6-digit number, and a yellow card depicting the name of the individual in the body bag.
When you received this body and bag, was the seal intact?
It was.
And did you also then compare this tag to the internal tag?
I did.
And is that what we're seeing in slide 21?
Yes, we were seeing a tag that has been wire attached to the belt loop of the pants worn by the decedent.
Tell us what we're seeing in slide 22.
This is an overall photograph of the body depicting the body as received after opening up the body bag before any manipulation had taken place.
And similarly, the bags on the hands were there when you received the body?
They were.
Tell us what we're seeing in slide 23.
Slide 23 is showing the left side of the face. There is a large amount of material covering the face. This is dried blood. And then there's also an injury to the left forehead. This is a laceration exposing the white skull underneath it.
Slide 24.
This is a photograph of that laceration that I denoted in the previous image after the face had been cleaned of the dried blood and other debris. That is showing more close up the wound itself as well as the underlying skull and embedded material present within a skull fracture just being exposed by that injury.
And so this injury, this specific laceration, is a tear in the skin all the way to the skull.
Correct.
And the dark items that you just pointed at within that laceration, those are the foreign material that you reference.
Correct.
Seeing on all four bodies.
That's correct.
What number injury does that larger laceration that we were just pointed at correlate to on your report of autopsy?
As listed in the autopsy, this is injury number 3, and I should note that the numbering does not confer ordering of injury. It's just merely for organization's sake.
And so when you say it doesn't confer order, it doesn't, you're not suggesting in which order these injuries occurred to the body.
That's correct.
Does it have any way correlate to the severity of the body?
It does not.
So simply just for documentation and organization, you started an injury, you give it a number.
That's correct.
What are we seeing in slide 25?
The scalp has been incised and reflected forward over the front of the body or the face on the left side of the image, and then the right side of the image is showing the back of the scalp that has been reflected to expose the skull, which shows skull fractures in these linear and curved patterns. And then this is the black material that was exposed by that laceration in the scalp.
Is that black material also embedded into the skull?
It is.
And did this take a similar amount of force from you when you removed that black material from the skull?
It did.
The injuries that are associated with the fractures, are those also numbered injuries in your report?
They are.
And if I'm reading it correctly, do those injuries shown in slide 25 correlate with injury 29 on your list of evidence of injuries?
It does.
This area right here, is this an injury?
This is the incision that we made to reflect back that muscle called the temporalis muscle to expose whether there's hemorrhage deep to that tissue or underlying skull fracture in that region.
So on this photo, in addition to the foreign material embedded in the skull, your focus in this is the fractures seen all throughout this area.
That's correct.
These curved lines, I'm going to say right here because I don't know how to describe this, but the curved lines near the black material, are those also fractures?
Yes, they are.
And does that area where the black foreign material is seen, does that correlate with the specific laceration that we saw in the previous couple of slides?
It does.
What are we seeing in slide 26, Doctor?
This is a photo demonstrating the top of the head or the apex of the scalp. There is more dry blood present over the skin. And then to the left side in the middle of the image is another laceration there prior to cleaning the skin. And you can see some of the skull exposed through that laceration as well.
What injury number on your autopsy report does that injury correlate with?
This refers to injury number 2 in my report, the laceration of the right forehead.
And does that injury also, the laceration, go all the way through the soft tissue to the skull?
It does.
Looking at slide 27, what are we seeing in this photograph?
This is that same injury described in the previous image. The skin has been cleaned to remove any of the dried blood and debris, and it's exposing the opening of the wound, which shows a skull fracture underlying it.
And so the skull fracture in this photograph would be the dark line, for lack of a better term, seen in the middle of those two lacerated pieces of skin.
That's correct.
What are we seeing in slide 28?
This is the skull after the skin had been reflected forward. We're viewing the skull from the top, looking at the right side of the skull. So the front of the face is here at the top of the image, and the back of the head is at the bottom portion of the image. The portion of the skull fracture that was visible through the wound is this area right here that's somewhat shaped like an upside-down V.
And so when we talk about the dark line being seen between the two pieces of lacerated skin, that upside-down V is the specific area that we were looking at.
Correct.
And does that fracture there that we're seeing correlate with injury number 30 in your report of autopsy?
Yes, it does.
The darker line that goes from front of the face to the back of the head here, is that also a fracture?
Yes, there are a number of fractures that merge together. There's following the pointer from the frontal bone or the right forehead. The fracture goes upwards towards the left side of the skull and meets with the previously depicted fractures with the black material, and then also a linear fracture running towards the back of the head.
Slide 29.
This is a photograph of the face with dried blood and other material present on the face prior to cleaning the body, but to demonstrate the presence of injuries to the nose.
And what are we seeing in 30?
After the face had been cleaned of that dried blood and material, in the center of the image, here you can see a laceration deforming the bridge of the nose with an underlying fracture of the nasal bone.
The injury seen to the nose, what number of evidence of injury does that specific injury correlate with?
So the laceration refers to injury number 4, where I have laceration of the midline nose.
And if I'm reading your notes correctly, you also mentioned overlying injury number 26. What is that?
Correct. Number 26 are fractures of the bilateral nasal bones.
And so when you say bilateral nasal bones, to a layperson, is that the nose bone?
That's the firm bone that you feel on the bridge of your nose.
And so from this photograph, you're referencing the soft tissue level injury as well as the injury to the bone being number 4 and number 26.
That's correct.
What are we seeing in slide 31?
We are seeing the lower portion of the face, specifically the lower lip and the upper lip, and then the nose. But this is used to demonstrate a laceration to the upper lip and a laceration to the lower lip, both on the right side.
And were both of those lacerations, in your opinion, caused by blunt force trauma?
They were.
What are we seeing in slide 32?
This is the back of the head, or the posterior scalp, more towards the left side of the head, and that is a laceration exposing the soft tissue underneath it.
And what injury does that correlate with in your report?
Injury number 1 described as a laceration of the left occipital scalp.
Did that injury also penetrate through the soft tissue and cause injury to the skull?
I don't associate this injury with a specific skull fracture.
And when you say you don't associate with a specific skull fracture, if there is fracturing in that area, would you then have the opinion that those fractures radiated from another strike?
It's possible that a blow to one side of the head, let's say for instance the right side of the head, can cause fractures to be present on the left side. When I associate a soft tissue injury with a specific fracture in my report, those are fractures that are immediately underlying a blunt force injury to the skin, and then I have the fracture below it. So there is fracturing of the posterior portion of the skull deep to this tissue, but not in such a way that I wanted to commit and say that it was related to this injury. It may be the result of other blows to the head.
Looking then at slide 33, tell us what we're seeing here, doctor.
This is a photo of the skull base. That's the bowl that holds the skull when you're standing upright. So on the left side of the image by the ruler, that's the back of the head or back of the skull. The right side of the image is showing the front of the head where the scalp has been reflected forward, covering up the face. This portion that I'm highlighting on the right side of the image is the anterior portion of the skull base. I previously mentioned that there were bones that cover the eyes, that the orbital roof, as we call them. It's fractured here on the left side. It's fractured here on the right side, exposing the soft tissue of the eyeball below it. There's fracturing on the left middle portion of the skull base and fracturing of the right posterior portion of the skull base.
To be clear, is there any way for you to determine during an autopsy what the amount of force is that causes injuries like this?
It wouldn't be possible for me.
And is that, when you say it wouldn't be possible for you, would it be possible for anybody in your field?
There have been published studies where using animals have been demonstrations saying a certain amount of force can cause fractures of the skull, but those aren't human studies, and we would only be inferring how much force is necessary to cause those types of injuries. There are demonstrated studies that show people falling from a certain height with an expected amount of force causing certain fractures of the skull, but in the real world, there are too many factors to take into account.
Before we move on to Kiana Ryan's autopsy, can you tell us, Dr. Diol, I know we said we found 40 some injuries for Amanda Parker. How many injuries did you locate in total on Ramondis Cooper's body?
I documented a total of 33 injuries.
And out of those 33 injuries, similarly to what we discussed regarding Amanda Parker's body, you're not contributing all 30 injuries you found to the death.
That's correct.
And so the injuries that we saw in the autopsies that you correlated with specific injury numbers, those specific injuries are the blunt force injuries that you have found and opined caused the death of Ramondis Cooper.
Correct, the blunt force injuries of the head.
Moving on to Kiana Ryan's body, can you tell us what the pathologic diagnoses for her were?
As listed under the pathologic diagnosis on the report, the first is blunt force trauma of the head. The second is other blunt force injuries. The third is atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. And the fourth is toxicological analyses are positive for methamphetamine.
And when you discuss other blunt force injuries in paragraph number 2 in all 4 of these autopsy reports, those are blunt force injuries somewhere on the body that was not the head, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It would be the torso, so the chest, the abdomen, the back, the arms, and the legs, and blunt force injuries that I don't attribute to the cause of death.
And then similarly, the cardiovascular pathologic diagnoses and the methamphetamine, it is your opinion that those in no way contributed to the death of Kiana Ryan as well?
That's correct.
And was her toxicology screening done using the femoral blood?
It was.
And that was also collected during the autopsy?
Correct.
Can you tell us, for Kiana Ryan, how many injuries you have listed under the evidence of injury section on your report of autopsy?
I listed a total of 46 injuries.
So 44 for Amanda Parker, 30, what was it, 30, how many for Ramondis?
I believe it was 31.
And then 46 for Kiana Ryan?
That is correct.
Looking at the first photo, being slide 35 of your PowerPoint, Doctor, what are we seeing in this photograph?
There is the white ruler with the digits denoting the case number for the state medical examiner. At the top portion of the image and on the left portion, there is a red plastic tag with 6 digits denoting the seal for this body bag. And then on the right portion is a yellow tag denoting the name of the decedent in the bag.
When you received the body of Kiana Ryan, was the seal and locking mechanism intact?
They were.
And did you also verify that the tag on the outside of the body bag matched the information associated with the tag that was found on her body inside of the bag?
Yes.
And is that what we're seeing in slide number 36?
Yes. This is the tag inside of the body bag attached to, looks like the shoe denoting the name of the individual.
Tell us what we're seeing in slide 37.
This is a photograph of the body immediately after the body bag had been opened and before the body had been manipulated, showing the upper portion of the body. Similar to the previous photos, a similar orientation. There are plastic or paper bags present over both hands. Those were both there prior to me opening the body bag.
On each of the arms shown in this photograph, there are white circular objects. Can you tell us about that?
These round stickers on the left upper arm and right upper arm are electrocardiogram leads or EKG leads that first responders will use to detect whether or not there is any heart rhythm present.
Why is it important for those or any medical intervention for that matter to remain with the body when the body is sent to autopsy?
It's important that the body is disturbed as little as possible. So if emergency responders or first responders apply medical intervention that might be support of the airway or detection of signs of life through the heart, once those are applied and their work is done, they can step away and not worry about manipulating the body anymore and disrupting any evidence.
Are there times when medical intervention causes or creates additional defects or injury to the body?
It's possible, yes.
If they have to cut the body to insert a tube of some sort, for instance.
Correct. Chest tubes can be placed in an emergency setting. That would be a cut on the body. We know it's medical therapy, and shocking the body in part of CPR can leave burns behind, and it's helpful for us to know what the origin is.
And so having the device, for lack of a better term, the mechanism used remaining with the body also helps you distinguish between injuries done by the medical personnel.
That's correct.
Okay. What are we seeing in slide 38?
This is the lower portion of the body as received shortly after opening the body bag.
And similarly, these evidence bags on Kiana Ryan's hands, those were on the body when you received it?
Correct, as well as two additional electrocardiogram leads, one on the right anterior thigh and one on the left anterior thigh.
What are we seeing on slide 39?
This is an image of the left side of the face and upper portion of the body after the body had been disrobed, but prior to the body being cleaned to remove any dry blood or debris, and it's showing a laceration of the left side of the head.
And on the report of autopsy, can you tell us, Dr. Deal, which injury that laceration correlates with?
So this is denoted by number 2 in my report, described as laceration, an abraded contused laceration of the left anterior temporal scalp, meaning anterior meaning front.
And, well, I'm gonna go on to the next slide and ask you an additional question. Can you show us in slide number 40, when you talked about an abraded laceration, which part of this injury specifically are you referring to as being abraded?
Sure. So the opening of the skin is the laceration itself. So that's the wound that opens up. At the margin of the wound, you can see here some pink-red discoloration. That is because the surface of the skin has been rubbed away. That portion is what I would describe as the abraded portion. And then encircling the wound, there's a purple-red discoloration of the tissue where the skin of her cheek is more of a pale color. This area is purple. That is because there's blood within the soft tissue there. That is the contused portion of the injury.
And that contusion, if I understood you earlier, contusion and bruise are the same thing?
Correct.
So there's bruising under the skin, there's an abrasion around the injury, and then the actual split of the skin is the laceration.
That's correct.
And in this photograph, now that the hair has been shaved, did you also detect an additional injury that contributed to the cause of death?
I did.
And what additional injury was that? Where is that shown?
In the autopsy report, item number 3, described as an abraded laceration of the left posterior temporal scalp, posterior meaning towards the back, is this additional laceration here that's exposed after shaving the hair.
Would you agree in this image, Dr. Diol, that there is a third laceration shown in this photo, but more of a superficial wound?
Correct.
And where is that?
So just above the left eye, at the lateral or side edge of the eyebrow, is another laceration here denoted by the laser pointer.
Did that laceration make its way all the way, that laceration being that one above the eyebrow, did that one make its way all the way through soft tissue to bone?
It did not fracture the bone underlying it, as I have denoted in my report.
So the big one is number 2. And then this one on the lower part of the photograph itself would be injury number 3 in correlation to your report.
Correct.
What are we seeing in slide 41?
This is injury number 2, the laceration that was more towards the front of the face or the front of the head. showing the underlying skull fracture as well as black material embedded within a small fracture of the skull.
And that black material that was embedded in the skull, was that of a similar nature to the black material that you located in the other autopsies?
It was.
The injury to the skull in this image, do you correlate that with injury number 25 from your autopsy report?
I do.
What are we seeing in slide 42?
This is the scalp having been reflected so we can expose the skull, where on the left side of the image by the ruler is the face being covered by the frontal portion of the scalp, and the bottom right side of the image is the posterior or back of the head scalp. This maroon hemorrhagic region here is the temporalis muscle before it has been cut and removed. And then we can see a fracture going upwards towards the top of the skull, and it did track over towards the right side of the head as well.
And from this, just to give us some perspective, from this image, are you able to see the black material that you showed us in the previous photo?
Yes, it's just behind or posterior to that skull fracture.
The maroon material by that jaw muscle that you talked about, does that also evidence hemorrhaging there as well?
Correct.
What are we seeing in slide 43?
This is the skull after the scalp has been reflected. So this is the front of the head in this direction, and the back, the front of the head over here towards the right side, and the back towards the left side here, and a fracture running from one side to the other. Towards the top of the image is where the left ear would be if the tissue was still intact. Towards the bottom of the image in the middle is where the right ear would be if the tissue was still intact. So this fracture runs from the one ear to the other over the top of the head. And you can see a little bit of brain matter peeking out from the opening of the fracture there on the right side, the lower side.
So that white-ish material towards the bottom half of the screen is brain matter?
Correct.
The dark line on the top left of this skull, is this also a fracture?
Yes.
And just to give us some perspective, this darker area at the top center of the photograph, is that the same black material that we saw?
It is.
This squiggly pink stuff, what is this?
When we're born, our skull is a number of free-floating bones that eventually fuse and come together. It allows the baby to pass through the vaginal canal during birth. And when those portions of the bones fuse together, they create what we call suture lines. And those suture lines are just squiggly lines that are used, or that are areas where the parts of the bone of the skull have fused together.
And so those squiggly lines, as we are referring to them, those are not injury.
Correct. That's a natural feature of the skull, not related to injury.
So just the big crack across the top of the crown, and then the one over by the left ear is visible here.
So for clarification, this curved shaped fracture here on the left side of the skull towards the top of the image, this is a disruption of the skull that is not natural, creating a non-natural path. This fracture that runs from the left ear to the right ear across the skull actually follows the pattern of the suture line that is naturally formed in the skull from one side to the other. So the force of the blow to the head did cause a fracture, but the fracture followed that suture line. And that's why the borders of the fracture are more irregular.
Looking at slide 44, tell us what we're seeing here.
This is the right side of the face and upper portion of the body prior to the blood and any debris being cleaned off the body to demonstrate the presence of an abraded, contused laceration on the right side of the head.
Abraded, contused laceration. So abraded being the tear in the skin, the contusion being the missing skin around it, and then the dark area is the bruising that you're referring to?
So the laceration is the opening created here. Rimming the laceration is areas of abrasion where the surface of the skin have been removed, and then this purple discoloration is that contusion or bruising.
Did this wound penetrate all of the soft tissue?
It did.
And was this wound correlated with a skull fracture underneath?
This wound was running in path with that skull fracture that we showed in the prior image, running from one ear to the other over the top of the head.
And which injury does this lacerated contusion correlate within your autopsy report?
So this correlates to number 4, which I describe as an abraded contused laceration of the right lateral forehead.
And what are we seeing in slide 45?
This is that same area of the body and injury after the debris and dried blood have been removed from the skin surface, and the portion of hair encircling that injury has been shaved to further expose the injury.
Slide 46.
The scalp has been cut and reflected, so towards the top or right side of the image is the front of the body, so the scalp is reflected over the face. At the bottom, the back part of the scalp is reflected down to expose the muscle underlying it, as well as skull fracture and the injury that we saw on the skin surface here, creating a hole in the skin.
The fracture associated with that hole in the skin, did you associate that with injury number 25 in your autopsy report?
I did.
What are we seeing in slide or on slide 47?
This is viewing the body from the back, so the body is face down now. Where the ruler is towards the back of the head. On the right side of the frame would be towards the front or where the face is, looking away from the camera. And this is what we call the right occipital scalp or the right back of the head.
And what are we seeing in slide 48?
This is that same wound area after the hair has been shaved from that area to further expose the wound itself.
And in your report of autopsy, this injury to what I would call the crown, what injury number does that correlate with in your evidence of injury in your report?
This refers to injury number 1 in my report.
What are we seeing in slide 49?
This again is the skull base viewed after the calvarium or the dome of the skull has been removed and the brain has been removed. The ruler is positioned at the back of the head, and the right side of the image shows the front of the head. So this portion on the right side is the anterior portion of the skull base that does not demonstrate any fractures. In the middle, we have a fracture that runs from the left side, right where the left ear would be, across the skull base over to the right side where the right ear would be. And then in the posterior area of the skull base, we have a fracture on the right side.
Similarly to what you stated regarding the injuries to the skull base for Amanda Parker, I did not ask the question regarding Ramondis Cooper and Keanu Ryan, but the injuries that you saw on the skull base for Keanu Ryan and Ramondis Cooper, are those injuries also consistent with what you typically see caused from vehicle accidents?
They are more typical for what you see in high-velocity impacts from motor vehicle accidents. And the injury that's occupying the middle portion here is typically described as a hinge fracture because it allows the portions of the skull to move in a position that they normally wouldn't. And what's unique to this one is that this fracture that travels left to right across the skull base continues and travels over the top of the head, creating a fracture that encircles the skull. It's an injury type that I see very rarely.
And so when you say it circles the skull, that fracture went all the way around the head?
Correct.
And you say you see that rarely?
Correct. Where it fractures at the base of the skull and then continues over the top. It's uncommon.
For Keanu Ryan, after looking at those photos, I think the answer is pretty obvious, but I don't know that I specifically asked. What was the cause of death?
Cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma of the head.
And the manner of death for Keanu Ryan?
Homicide.
All right, Slaughter, just a second. All right, we need to take a break at this time. Please remember your admonition and leave your notepads on the chair, and you can follow Aaron and
right, we're back on the record. Outside the presence of the jury, all the attorneys are present as well as the defendant. Was there anything else that we needed to discuss before we bring the jury back in? Mr. Shear, or, I'm sorry, Ms. Slaughter?
I will, Judge. No, not for the state.
Okay, for the front.
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, I will message Aaron to bring him back in.
Please have a seat.
Welcome back. We're now in the presence of the jury, and Ms. Slaughter, if you would like to continue your direct examination of the medical examiner.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Deol, the final autopsy that you performed as part of this case, was that the autopsy of Brent Brown?
It was.
And when you did Brent Brown's autopsy, I know earlier you mentioned quickly that it was done on a different date. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what his, what day he died?
I do not have that information in front of me.
Okay. But not the same day as the other three victims?
Correct.
Okay. And you received the body, or you performed the autopsy on what date?
June 12th, 2024.
And that body was transported to the medical examiner's office from the University of Iowa hospitals?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, during the autopsy of Brent Brown, what his pathological diagnoses were?
As listed in the autopsy report, starting at the top, number 1 is blunt force trauma of the head. Number 2, other blunt force injuries. Number 3, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. And number 4, toxicological analyses are positive for methamphetamine.
So he also had meth in his system?
Correct.
He also had cardiovascular disease?
Correct.
And he had blunt force trauma in places of the body other than the head?
That's correct.
As far as the cause of death, was it the blunt force trauma to the head that caused the death?
It was.
And the manner of death for Brent Brown?
Homicide.
Looking at slide 51 of the PowerPoint that you put together, Doctor, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
The lower portion of the photograph is the ruler with the case number for the state medical examiner's office. Just above that is the yellow card identifying the name of the decedent in the body bag. And then up to the left of that, near the top of the image, is a red plastic seal, a different style than was photographed in the other cases, but still a seal demonstrating that the chain of custody is intact and the bag has not been opened.
Similarly, the bag tag in this photograph, though it contains the majority of the same information, you would agree it looks a little bit different than the Lynn County tags. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And is that because this tag came from Johnson County opposed to being tagged by someone at the scene from Lynn County?
That's correct.
Looking at 52, slide 52, what are we seeing in this photo?
We are seeing an identification band present on the wrist, providing the name of the decedent.
Also providing date of birth and date of death.
That's correct.
The DOD, is that date of death?
Correct.
And so to answer my question that I asked, would you agree that his date of death was June 7th of 2024?
As listed on this wristband, yes, it shows June 7th, 2024.
Also on this wristband, in this area right here, do you believe those to be initials, or what is that?
I believe those are initials.
And would those be the initials of the person who wrote the information on that wristband?
It should be.
This tube-looking thing that's on the arm as well, what is that?
So that is a tube, and the yellow material inside of that tube is urine. That's likely from a Foley catheter or a tube that's placed in the urethra to allow the bladder to empty.
And that tube, or was that tube still inserted into the body at the time that you received the body for autopsy?
It was. And just one quick correction, that this tag that we see is present on the right ankle.
What are we seeing in slide 53?
This is a photograph of the upper portion of the body as received shortly after opening the body bag before any manipulation has been done to the body.
And similarly to the tags that we saw, was this body bag white?
Correct.
And is that just because it's a different type of bag from a different facility?
Yes.
The hands are also wrapped in this photograph. Are those white bags similar to the evidence bags and for the same purpose as the evidence bags that we saw on the other bodies?
Correct. They serve a similar function but are just a different style.
And what are we seeing in slide 54?
This is the lower half of the body prior to any manipulation shortly after opening the body bag.
And so that ankle bracelet that is affixed, does that, or did that essentially take the place of a body tag?
Correct.
What are we seeing? Well, let me ask this question. The body of Brent Brown as received in the bag is clean, would you agree?
Correct.
And is that typical that a hospital, when they are doing medical intervention, that they will clean the body while they're treating him while he's in the hospital?
As needed to provide life-saving measures, they may clean the body as part of that.
And so were you at all surprised when you received this body that it was not also covered in lots of blood?
It was expected that there would be evidence of medical intervention.
In slide 55, tell us what we're seeing here.
This is a photograph taken from the back of the head with the body face down. And on the left side, we see the ruler with the case number and the upper portion of the back of the body. This injury present in the center of the image is a laceration to the back of the head.
When you received the body, the laceration to the back of the head, did that injury have stitches?
It did.
And did you remove the stitches?
Yes.
And so looking at this photo, can you dim the lights for me, please? Thank you. Looking at this photo, is there some evidence of healing in the bottom portion of that laceration or the right side?
Yes, there is. So seems to be closure of the wound on the right side of the wound, more towards the lower aspect of the photograph, and some towards the left side or the upper portion of the photograph, where the middle of the wound still appears to be open.
And do you contribute that due to the medical therapy that he received as far as the stitches that were placed there?
It can aid the healing process, yes.
The injury that we see in slide 55, can you tell us which injury, which evidence of injury that is associated with in your report of autopsy.
That is listed as item number 1 in evidence of injury, which I described as an abraded laceration of the bilateral occipital scalp.
And what are we seeing in slide 56?
This is that same injury after the hair has been shaved away to better show the wound itself.
Did this wound, in addition to tearing the soft tissue, did this wound cause a skull fracture?
I do have it denoted overlying the skull fracture of the bilateral occipital bones, which are the bones in the back of the skull.
And I'm going to switch over to slide 57. Tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
So what we're looking at is the back of the head with the body laying on its back but leaning forward. So the head has been lifted up, and this, at the lower portion of the image, is the scalp with the back of the head reflected backwards, which reveals the skull fracture underlying the laceration that we saw on the skin. That laceration is right here in the portion of the tissue that has been folded backwards. And there's a portion of skull present that was loose that came from that fracture and is embedded in that tissue.
The laceration that you see, if the scalp was put back in its anatomical position, does that laceration correlate with this indention in the skull right above it?
It does.
And was that, in addition to just the fracture or the crack in the skull, was that part of the skull caved in?
The term I typically use would be a depressed skull fracture, when the dome of the skull is altered such that the skull is depressed inwards. I use that descriptor for a skull fracture on the right temporal bone, which is not imaged here. And this skull fracture is more, I would say, linear in nature, where it opens up the skull itself.
What are we seeing in state's same exhibit, slide 58?
The body is still face down with the head turned to the right, so that the face is down towards the right or the lower portion of the image, and the back of the head is towards the upper portion of the image. Obscured by the scalp hair is an injury present on the scalp itself, here in the center of the image.
There's also some discoloration on the left side of the screen behind that ear and into the hair a little bit. Can you explain to us what that is?
So there can be discoloration behind the ears due to fractures of the skull base and blood flowing into the soft tissues that are behind the ear, making a discoloration that we call battle signs or post-auricular ecchymoses. However, when the body is placed on their back after death, blood will pool in that direction, and it will settle on the back of the body and cause a similar discoloration that we call lividity or livor mortis.
And so, in observing that discoloration, can you say for sure whether that was the bleeding or the livor mortis?
Mm-hmm.
Can you say for sure what caused that discoloration?
Not with absolute certainty, though. It appears more to me like a pattern of livor mortis.
And to be clear, can you say for certain that that is not an additional blunt force injury?
At this point, no. There is some abrasion or discoloration of the skin, the scalp hair at the hairline there as well.
The injury that is under the hair in this photograph, what injury in your report of autopsy do you associate that injury with?
This is injury number 2, which I described as an abrasion of the right temporal scalp.
And are we seeing that abrasion with the hair shaved in slide 59?
We are. So for orientation, the ear is here at the left lower portion of the photo. The face is still down towards the lower portion of the image. And in the center, we have that abrasion with the scalp hair shaved to show the injury.
Is there evidence, or was there evidence of healing on that abrasion as well?
Yes, there is a slight yellow to gold tinted material or crust present on the wound. It's an early scab formation.
In addition to the abrasion, was there any evidence either on the external body or on the internal body that this abrasion also accompanied blunt force trauma?
It would be my determination that this injury was a result of blunt force trauma.
What are we seeing in slide 60?
This is, again, the right side of the skull where the scalp has been reflected, so that on the left side of the image is the back of the head, and the right side of the image is the front of the head, where this tissue has been folded over towards the face. So in the middle, at the bottom, would be where the ear would be normally situated, and that muscle, the temporalis muscle for chewing, has been removed to expose the skull. And then up towards the middle top portion, we have a fracture of the skull underlying that soft tissue injury that we just saw in the previous photo.
Is there anywhere in this photograph that the black particulates that were visible in some of the other autopsy photos, are they visible here at all?
So black material was recovered from this injury, from the laceration and the skull fracture from the back of the head, but it was loosely present in the fracture. It came loose prior to us being able to photograph it, but we did collect it and submit it for evidence.
And when you say it came loose prior to photographing it, as you were pulling the skin down, did it come off?
Correct. It was loosely placed within the fracture, so it was being held together by the pressure of the fracture, and then once we opened it, it came through.
What are we seeing in slide 61?
This is the skull base with the ruler present at the back of the head, and the front of the head where the face would be towards the right side of the image. And on the right side of the image, we have the anterior or the frontal portion of the skull base where there are fractures both on the left and right side. In the middle, we have the middle portion of the skull base where there are fractures of both the left and right side. And on the back, we have the back of the skull base where there are fractures of both the left and right side.
And from this vantage point, the injury that you noted as being injury number 1 would be on the left side of the screen.
Correct. It would be on the left side, right.
Can you tell us how many injuries do you have listed under the evidence of injury section for Brent Brown?
For Mr. Brown, I have a total of 19 injuries documented.
Significantly less than the other bodies.
It is less than the others.
I don't have any additional questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, during your autopsy, you cannot tell us what caused these injuries, correct?
I cannot.
You cannot tell us where, who caused them, anything like that, correct?
No, I cannot.
Can you give us an answer as to how many times Romandus Cooper was struck?
It's possible that more than one of the documented injuries I have were from one blow. So it's possible that there were the injuries of the face, the forehead, the lips, and the nose that could be from a single blow. It's likely that the injury on the back of the head would be separate. So if I had to pick, I would say at least 2, could be more.
At least 2, but could be more?
Could be.
How about Kiana Ryan? Same question.
So for Mr. Ryan's injuries, I would say that there were injuries to the left side of the head, right side of the head, back of the head. It's possible that the injuries to the left side of the head, where there were more than one distinct injuries, could be from a single blow. But in that case, I would say 2 to 3 or more.
Amanda Parker?
For Ms. Parker, I would say that there would be, it's possible, again, that multiple injuries could be caused by a single blow. It's likely that it was 2 or more. And that in all these cases, there are other injuries of the body that I don't attribute to being from a single weapon. I can't say for certain if they're from a single weapon or not, but it's possible that the injuries separate from the head and neck were caused by a similar mechanism.
And Brent Brown?
Brent Brown, he had the injury to the back of the head that was distinct and the injury to the right side of the head, demonstrating at least 2 blows. It's possible that there could have been more.
Doctor, this black material that you described during prior testimony, can you describe what it looked like?
It was small fragmented material, irregular. I'd say the greatest size was probably about 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch, so very small in its largest dimension, and the smallest ones were even less, down to 1/16 of an inch, and present within those fractures.
Could you venture a guess as to what it was?
I cannot, beyond my expertise.
Fair enough. Could it have possibly been paint, dust, maybe?
I wouldn't be able to say, but it did appear to be thicker and firm.
Okay. Last question for you, Doctor. I believe you said that injuries of these sort, the only time you've really seen something close to it was during an auto accident. Is that accurate?
That's the most common time I see injuries that appear similar to this.
So very, very hefty force.
Yes, they could be classified as high velocity impacts.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Doctor, thank you for your testimony today. You are excused. At this time, does the state have another witness?
State calls Long Brown.
All right. We are going to have a witness who's in a wheelchair, so Erin will be assisting with that. If she needs you to move, then you're going to have to do so, but she'll let you know. And he probably won't be able to get into the witness stand, so he'll probably come right over here. Hello, welcome to the courtroom, Mr. Brown. And Mr. Shearer, sir, has the microphone there. We're not in any hurry, so get settled.
Do you have any batteries in that here? You don't care. Let's look at one. And we hold out. Give that a test. Say something.
Hello?
All right, welcome. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Brown. Are you able to raise your right hand as high as you can? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And just so you know, the court reporter here, her name is Sarah, she's going to be writing down what you say. And so if you can just try to speak as loudly as you can, you've got that microphone there, and we'll do our best, but I'll let you know if you need to speak up. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to have Mr. Scheer assist me in adjusting Mr. Brown so that he's more facing the jury so that they can see him while he's testifying. Are you comfortable with that, Mr. Brown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. Before the state gets started, I didn't hear Mr. Brown verbally take the oath. I just saw him shake his head. So if we could just make sure that he actually said yes, because I didn't hear it. If he did, I apologize.
That's okay. Mr. Brown, did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
And did you indicate yes?
Yep.
Thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Slaughter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you start off by spelling your first and your last name for the record?
Yeah. L-O-N. Brown. My last name, B-R-O-W-N.
Okay. And can you tell us where you live?
3699 Stoddard Road in Marion.
And how long have you lived in that house?
About 37 years.
Did you buy the house new?
Yeah.
So you've lived there since it was built?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about your health conditions?
I did construction work too long. Busted my body up. Now I'm paying for it.
You are on oxygen, is that correct?
Yeah.
And the record doesn't see you, so I'm just going to make clear, you are testifying in front of us in your wheelchair?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you wheelchair bound?
No, I can use a walker, but I got busted up knees, a messed up hip, 2 broken ankles, so.
When you're out of your house and moving around, is it easier for you to move in a wheelchair?
Yeah,
Okay.
quicker.
Okay. Madam Court Reporter, are you also struggling defensive? Will you do a sound check? Will you move that up for me, please? We're going to adjust your microphone.
Say something?
Sounds much better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Brown, do you have children?
Yeah.
And is one of your children now deceased?
Is what?
Hang on, I'm sorry. Just a second. Okay. Just a second. The witness may have some need a Kleenex.
I need. Oh.
That's my dad too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get you taken care of.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what was heard, so I'm just going to ask that again. You have children, correct?
Yep.
And is one of your children deceased?
Yeah.
And who is your child that is now deceased?
It's Brent Brown.
How many other children do you have?
2.
And who are they?
The oldest one is Matthew Brown, and the youngest one is Corey Brown.
And Brent was the middle child?
Yep.
In June of 2024, you were still residing at the 3699 East Otter?
Yep.
Can you tell me who all was living there with you at that time?
Brent was there with his girlfriend, So they were living there, and so was Amanda and Roe. They were temporarily living there.
Okay. How many bedrooms are in this house?
3.
And did Brent and Amanda reside inside the house?
Yeah.
And did they have a bedroom inside of the house?
Yep.
Who else lived in the house?
My roommate is Cody McLeod. He's lived out there for about 12 years, probably.
And then you yourself?
Yeah.
So in June, it was Brent, Amanda, you, and Cody all living in the house.
Yeah.
Can you tell us approximately when it was that Roe, I think I said that backwards, I apologize. Brent was living in the house with Kiana, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. Can you tell us when it was that Roe and Amanda moved onto the property?
I'm not sure what month it was, but it was in the summertime. He asked if they could stay out there for a little while. He's in between jobs, and he needed a place to stay. He didn't have a bunch of money, and I said they could come out, you know. And they ended up staying out there for almost a year.
Okay. When they first moved onto the property, did they move directly into that outbuilding?
No.
Where did they live when they first got there?
It's going to sound funny, but they lived in a tent on my back deck of my house.
Okay.
Because that's why I know it was summertime that they moved in.
When did they move up to the shed?
When it got cold.
And so he asked when it started to get cold if they could move.
Yeah, because it's heated. That shed's heated.
And he said that they, being Roe and Amanda, lived there about a year.
It was real close. Real close.
Did you know Roe prior to him moving onto your property?
Yeah.
How'd you know him?
Through Brent. He was one of Brent's friends.
Okay. So he'd been to your home before?
Oh, yeah.
And did you know Amanda outside of her relationship with Roe?
No.
To be clear, that shed does not have running water,
No.
just heat.
Heat, air conditioning.
Okay. When Roe and Amanda wanted to use facilities, shower, where did they do that?
They come down to the house.
Okay.
I let them, I didn't charge them rent or nothing, so they were living pretty much for free.
Did there come a point close in time to when these murders happened that you asked Roe to pack it up and find somewhere else to go?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I just mentioned to him, you know, it's been almost a year and I think it's time. You guys should have enough time to get jobs and do whatever. And I just asked him if he could move on, you know. And he didn't say a lot. I mean, it wasn't a fight or nothing, but gave him something to think about.
And Amanda, was she working at the time?
Yeah.
Do you know where she was working?
I don't know. It was some restaurant, I know that.
Okay. But Roe did not have a job.
He had a job for like a couple weeks and that didn't work out and he was going to look somewhere else for work.
Now, did Brent work?
Yeah.
Where was he working?
He's working at my mom's trailer court,
And what is that?
Valley High.
Okay. And what about Kiana?
She usually went to work with him.
Okay. And so she also worked at Valley High.
Yeah, she didn't get paid, but she was there.
Do you know, Mr. Brown, do you know a man named Larry Truesdale?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me how you know Larry.
I knew Larry probably 25 years ago. met him through a friend. He seemed like a pretty decent guy back then. And yeah, that's how I met him.
So over the course of 25 years, did you maintain some degree of a friendship with Larry?
Yeah.
How often do you think you'd see Larry?
Did I see Larry?
Yeah.
It's kind of, it goes in splurges. Sometimes I see him, a couple times, 2 or 3 times a month, or I might not see him for a couple months. It just depends on, he kind of bounces around. I think where he lives, I don't think he's got a real resident to call home.
Did he ever live out there with you?
No.
So he'd just pop up, visit, and then go on about his business?
Yep.
And prior to June 5th of 2024, did you know Larry's son, Luke Truesdale?
Yeah.
And do you see Luke in this courtroom today?
It's over there.
Okay. And just for records purposes, does he have on a gray button-up shirt and a navy blue tie?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, if the record can reflect, this witness has identified the defendant.
Yes.
How did you know Luke?
I met Luke, I think Larry brought Luke over once and we met. He stopped over a couple times after that on his own. And that's how I knew him.
Do you know approximately how long you've known Luke?
See, there was a time that I think he had to do something, some time or something. Got in trouble somehow. I didn't see him for a few months, so.
So let me ask this. Did you know Luke the entire time that you knew Larry? Like, did you know him that whole 25 years?
No.
So in more recent years, you came to know the defendant?
Yeah.
Okay. And so on June 5th, did you see Larry and Luke?
Yeah.
And was that at your house?
Yeah.
Prior to that, had you seen them more recently?
Well, it was like 2 days before that. They came out too.
Okay. Luke and Larry did?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it kind of surprised me to see him the second time. Usually I don't see him a couple times a week.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Do you remember, and I'm not looking for an exact time of day, but do you remember approximately what time it was that they showed up?
The day of the merge.
Thank you. Bad question. Yes. On June 5th of 2024, what time they showed up?
Oh, it had to be, I'm guessing maybe 1.
Okay.
1 o'clock.
What makes you guess 1 o'clock?
Because I just got done eating something for lunch, and that's when they showed up, is when I was picking up all the dishes.
Okay. And is your property equipped with security cameras, surveillance video?
No.
And where, if at all, can you view that live footage from within your house?
Right above my TV. I got 2 TVs. One of them's for the computer, for the surveillance. The one that's lower is a regular TV.
And so is that in your living room then?
Yeah.
When, in 2024, could you see the road from your security cameras?
It depends on which way you point the I can move my cameras. I got a setting that you can move them and get different views with them.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can see the road I'm trying to think of what views I had, because I had two cameras shot towards the building, and the other two, I think, shot straight out from my house, so you should be able to see the road.
At minimum, could you see when people were entering onto your property?
Yeah.
Did you see Luke and Larry pull up?
I did when they pulled right up to the house.
Okay. And so you knew they were outside?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you recall, do you have any specific recollection of who was driving?
I think Luke was driving and Larry was riding.
Okay. And when they arrived, did they come into the house?
Yeah. Yeah.
What, when they came in, what were they doing?
Just talking to everybody that was in the house.
Okay.
They were doing that, and like my son and his girlfriend went outside, started messing around with flowers, planting flowers, and then Roe and Amanda came back about then on his bike, and Amanda and Roe went in the building.
Let me back up for a second. So when Larry and the defendant are in the house talking to everybody, who's all in the house?
Brent, Kiana, me. My roommate wasn't there, so.
Okay, so at the time Cody wasn't there.
Yeah,
And were all of you just sitting around?
pretty much.
And where was that happening at? In the living room area?
Me and Larry went in the living room, and I was talking to him, telling him about a boat that I'm junking out. It had a motor in it, and told him he could have it if he wanted it, and that he should go up and look at it before I get rid of it all.
Okay. And was that conversation happening in the living room?
Yeah.
With you and Larry?
Yep.
When you were in the living room with Larry talking about the boat, where was Luke?
I think he went down in the basement. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure he went down in the basement for
What's down in the basement?
There's a pool table and foosball table and
So games.
yeah.
Do you know if the defendant was down there with anyone?
I don't think anybody was down there but him.
Okay. And at some point in that conversation, you said that Brent and Kiana went outside
Yeah.
to plant flowers.
Yep.
How do you know they were planting flowers?
Because I seen him on the camera.
Okay. So you could watch them from where you were having a conversation with
Yeah.
Larry.
Yeah.
Now, this boat that's on your property, did that boat run?
No, it's a boat that somebody was gonna fix and they just lost interest and ended up leaving it there.
Okay, so a buddy of yours
Yeah.
brought it out there to store and work on?
Yeah.
How long has it been sitting out there, you think?
Too long.
Okay. That's fair. And so in this conversation with Larry, you were telling him that the motor, that he
Yeah.
could have the motor go
Yeah.
out there and look for parts?
Because it supposedly ran, so,
Okay.
and I think it had a V8 in it, so.
Did Larry appear to be interested in the parts?
Yeah, he goes look at it, and he went outside. He was up looking at the boat.
Could you see him go up to the boat
Yeah,
from the cameras?
yeah.
Okay. And then you said, well, let me ask this. How long, if you were to guess, were you having a conversation with Larry before he headed out to go up to the boat?
Maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay.
You know, we sat down and was talking for a while, and I told him about the boat, and I kind of forced him out because I want to get rid of the boat, you know. So I go look at it. So he went out and looked at it. Yeah.
And then you said you saw Roe and Amanda show up on the bike.
Yeah.
And when we say bike, are we talking about a motorcycle?
Yeah.
Like a street bike?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point, did the defendant come up out of the basement?
Did he what?
Come up out of the basement? Come
Yeah.
upstairs?
Yep.
And did he go outside as well?
Yep.
What's the next thing of significance that you remember happening?
Luke coming back in the house, having a dazed look on his face is probably the next thing I've noticed.
When you say he had a dazed look on his face, tell us what you mean by dazed.
Well, he just looked, I don't know, it was weird. Like he was lost or something. And he was like mumbling stuff.
Mumbling stuff? Was he talking to you or just mumbling to himself?
He's just kind of mumbling. I don't know who he's talking to.
Was this dazed demeanor different than how he was acting and interacting with you prior to leaving out of the house?
Yeah, he definitely was acting different. I mean, I didn't see anything wrong with him when he was down in the basement, came out, he just goes, where'd them guys go? I go, they went outside.
And he followed out behind him.
Yeah,
But when he came back in the house, he was dazed.
yeah. And actually, I think I told him to go get his dad because he kept saying them guys are just laying on the concrete up there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, everybody that was outside, somebody beat him.
Okay. And did you ask him more follow-up questions?
He was out of it.
He was out of it?
Yeah, I couldn't get hardly any answer out of him.
Is that when you told him to go get his dad?
Yeah.
And
I figured if Larry come down, I could at least get an answer out of what's going on.
did Larry come down?
Yeah.
Tell me what happened when Larry came down.
He was panicked when he come back, or when he come down from the boat. He said, call 911, that these people are hurt up here bad. And I told him to go up and check on Brent, because he said that there had to be some dead people up there.
Okay.
And I told him to go check on Brent. He turned around and he ran back up to the building, and then he come back down and he yelled again, call 911. Yeah, he's alive, but not by much, you know.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some more questions about that. When Larry first came down to the house, he said he was in a panic.
Yeah.
And that he yelled to call 911.
Yeah.
Did he yell that as soon as he walked in the house?
As soon as his face popped in the door, he said that, and he darted straight back up there. And basically, I didn't know what was going on. He left so quick.
But then he came back down.
Yeah, he came back down.
Where was Luke when Larry was running back and forth to the shed?
I'm not sure. I seen the footage on the camera, but in between the house and the building.
Were Luke and Larry talking at all inside the house? Was Larry saying anything to Luke?
Yeah. He got
Objection, hearsay.
really.
Okay, just a second, please, Your Honor. Do you have any response?
It's going to be an excited utterance, Your Honor.
Mr.
Am I following?
I don't believe it fits the definition of excited utterance, Your Honor.
Okay, is the basis of the objection just hearsay?
Yes.
All right. If you can lay the foundation.
So you say that Larry was in a panic
Yeah,
and he was screaming to call 911.
yeah,
And he's telling you that there's some people dead up in your shed.
yeah.
Was he excited?
He was really excited.
Is that enough foundation, Your Honor?
Is there any other objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And so you heard Larry saying things to Luke.
I didn't hear what he said to him. All I know is he said them about this close to him. He was right in his face. And I don't know what they were talking about.
Did you hear Larry ever ask Luke what happened, what'd you do?
Objection. May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, the objection is overruled.
May I have that question right back, Your Honor?
Question. Question. Did you hear Larry ever ask Luke what happened? What did you do?
No.
When Larry got in Luke's face, describe what that looked like, what their actions were, what their body language was.
It was just, Larry just, I don't know, he got real close to him and said some things. And I don't know if it was to calm himself down or to calm him down. I'm not sure.
Was there a period when Larry was in Luke's face where Luke was trying to move away from him?
No.
When Larry came in the house, did you observe any blood on him?
No.
Not at all.
I didn't.
Not on his hands?
Uh-uh.
Not on his clothes?
No, and if he went over to Brent, he should have had some blood on him, probably, because he sat with my boy for quite a while.
How do you know he sat with your boy?
Because he told me he did.
Did you ask him to go up there and sit with him?
I asked him to go check on Brent, see if he's alive. And That's what he did, I guess.
Now, Lon, you didn't call 911, right?
No. I called who would get there the fastest. And that was my boy.
So, I'm not in any way trying to attack you for this. I just want you to help us understand. Larry runs in the house, tells you there's people hurt bad up in the shed. Luke had told you they were down, laying on the concrete.
Yeah.
Why not call 911?
I don't know. I, for one thing, couldn't believe it was 4 people outside that all 4 of them would be dead. For one thing. And Larry coming down, when Larry came down and said it, he was like, said it the first time, and he ran back up to the building and then come back down and said it. It ain't like a lot of time passed.
You said a lot of time hadn't passed?
No. Enough time to run up there and run back.
And when he was telling you to call 911, was the defendant in the house at that point?
I think he was. They were walking in and out. Like, it was hard to keep track of them.
Was there a point where the defendant asked you for something?
I think he might have asked for something to
Objection.
drink.
Also exceeding the scope of the minutes.
Can you approach us? All right, overruled. You may proceed, Ms. Lawley.
Can you read that question back for me, please?
Question, was there a point where the defendant asked you for something?
I think he asked for something to drink.
And when he asked you for something to drink, was he still in what you called a daze?
Kind of.
Was he still mumbling to himself?
Not as much, but he did when Larry came back down the second time.
When Larry came down the second time, Luke started mumbling again?
Yeah.
And did it appear that that mumbling was to himself opposed to him trying to talk to you or trying to talk to Larry?
I guess.
When the defendant asked for a drink, where was Larry when all that was happening?
I think Larry went back up to the shed to sit with Brent.
Did you specifically ask him to sit with Brent?
I asked him to see if he was alive, and he said he was. He wasn't alive by much.
When law enforcement got to the house, Did you speak with them?
Did I speak with them? Yeah.
And did you tell them about your security cameras?
Yeah.
Did you cooperate in giving them access to those cameras?
Yeah, they took my whole system.
Give me just 1 second, please. Though this may seem like an obvious question, did you ever yourself go up to the shed?
No.
And why is that?
No way to really get up there.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon. Can I call you Lonnie?
Yeah.
Okay. Lonnie, we've met before, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Lonnie, I just have a couple of real basic questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Regarding Luke coming into your house, you said Luke came in and then Larry came in after. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
If the surveillance footage that we've seen showed something different, would that surveillance footage be accurate?
It should be accurate. I mean, it's from that day, so
And so it's possible that maybe your memory's just faded a little bit?
it could be. I mean, it happened so long ago.
Yeah, I understand. So it's possible that kind of what's happened is just kind of filtered into the ethos, I guess? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. Lonnie, thank you very much. No further questions.
Anything on that?
Do you have specific memory of Larry being the person to tell you multiple times to call 911?
It was Larry, for sure, that told me.
And when he said it, did he yell it?
He yelled it the first time when he come down, and he spun around and left so quick I was wanting to ask him a few other questions before he went up there. And he went back up there and then he came back down.
The memory that you have of the defendant being in a daze and mumbling to himself, that's a memory that you have?
Yeah.
And when you gave a deposition regarding this case back on May 5th of 2025, you remembered that then too, correct?
Yeah.
Do you remember in that deposition being or saying that you were upset because you couldn't get information out of the defendant?
Yeah. Yeah, I kept asking him things and he just wouldn't answer.
And when he wasn't answering, what was his body language like when he wouldn't answer you?
I don't know. He was just in a daze. He wasn't acting normal at all.
Would he make eye contact with you?
Not really. Not really.
At some point,
He'd like look off when I'd ask him something.
at some point, did you get his attention?
I yelled one time, and he jumped a little bit. I'm like, I better not do that again. So,
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Right, Mr. McMillan.
His persona, Luke's that day, is almost like he was stoned. Yes?
yeah. Or thinking of something else or something.
High?
I don't know about high.
All right.
It's just like he was dazed.
Thank you, Bobby. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Steve?
No follow-up.
Okay, Mr. Brown, thank you for coming in today. Thank you for your testimony. You are excused.
All right.
Yes. A printed copy of your exhibit list, and I have all of your exhibits in evidence. In addition, I have 6.10, which is not on this list, that was admitted, 6.11, and I have 6.9.1 as well.
Correct.
Is there any that I could be missing?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And then just let me know at some point if you would like certain exhibits at different security levels, or you're just looking for all of them at the same, or what you would like. It's not to put you on the spot. You can think about it. Let me know later. So would this be a time when we should break, or is there anything else we need to take up in front of the jury on behalf of the state?
May we approach just for
Yes.
some logistics?
Okay, we are going to break for the day, and we have some matters that we're going to be taking up tomorrow morning. So after conferring with the attorneys, it appears that it will be best if you arrive at 11 a.m. tomorrow, so we don't waste any of your time. When you do arrive, please make sure that you have eaten something or you bring some food, because it's possible that we will not take a lunch break tomorrow and just work through the rest of the day because you are arriving late. Instead of breaking, that may be more prudent. Hopefully that would be the goal, so just make sure you do bring some food or you come having eaten it. Please, again, remember the admonition that I gave you. We'll see you at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Go ahead and leave your hats on the chairs, and you can follow Aaron into the hallway. Have a good evening. All right, please have a seat. We're now outside the presence of the jury. I did make some spacing adjustments and some just minor punctuation adjustments to the proposed jury instructions. I have printed a couple of copies, and I would ask that you please remain in the courtroom. Aaron will give you both a printed copy so that you can review them and come prepared tomorrow if you have any further adjustments that you would like to make or suggestions. Is there anything else that we should discuss then before meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on behalf of the state?
Yes. Well, I guess I'm asking the court, are you wanting to do motions tomorrow, make a record tomorrow regarding the defendant testifying? What?
Let's see what the defense is prepared to address today, if anything. Mr. McMullen, are you ready to engage in a motion or a discussion of the defendant's right to testify at this point, or do you prefer to do that tomorrow at 9?
Your Honor, I will notify the court and the state that my client will not be testifying, so we can make that record briefly.
Okay.
If I could hold off on making an argument for motions until tomorrow morning, I would prefer if that's agreeable.
Sure. All right then, again, we're outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Truesdell, your attorney has indicated that you are declining the opportunity to testify. I just want to let you know that you do have a right to testify in your case. You also have a right to remain silent and not to testify. If you choose to not testify, as your attorney has indicated that you would like to, I will instruct the jury that they cannot assume or infer anything from your decision not to testify. The decision as to whether or not to testify is a personal choice, and you should consult with your attorney and get advice from him as to whether or not you should testify. But ultimately, the decision as to whether or not to testify is yours to make and yours alone. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel that you've had enough time to speak to your attorneys about your decision?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your decision to not testify?
It is.
All right, is there any additional record with respect to that issue on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. McMullen, is there any additional record you'd like to make with respect to that issue?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll take on motions at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Anything else that you would like to address before we adjourn for today?
None from the defense, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, just please, a friendly reminder, wait for those instructions, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bribery and insider trading, someone breaks the law. Here, Congress is writing a law that protects and funds corruption. It's brazen and disgusting in an effort to legalize corruption. And anyone who votes for this CR is complicit in that corruption. If government still belongs to the people and not the powerful, we must reject this self-serving scam. I yield.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota still prepared to close. Gentleman from Massachusetts with 2.5 minutes remaining.
So I'll close, Mr. Speaker, for our side. Mr. Speaker, I don't have enough time to rebut all the absurd claims made by the other side. Suddenly, they all have an opinion on health care. They had a decade to come up with a plan, and they came up with nothing. But I'm glad they finally acknowledged that this is a dirty CR that shovels millions of dollars into the pockets of Republican politicians. They hate this bill so much that they're all going to vote for it. They say that we shut the government down. Really? The last time I checked, Republicans are in charge around here. We heard for months about their mandate. They control the House, the Senate, and the White House. They have a duty to keep the government open, and they failed. They did not have the votes. They refused to negotiate with us because we wanted to help regular people instead of billionaires. And now they want to blame us for the consequences of their own actions? What the hell is wrong with them? Give me a frigging break. America is the richest country in the history of the world. We are blessed with an abundance of so much. There should not be an affordability crisis. Every single person in this country should be able to have a good job, a living wage, affordable food and health care, and have a shot at a better future. That's what I'm fighting for. That's what we're fighting for. That's how I want to make America great. That's the Democratic vision for what this country could be. And from a moral perspective, from a set of values, we believe it is immoral to have a system that gives so much to just a few billionaires while depriving so many of the basic things they need to live a good life. And it is clear to me after this debate that Republicans do not share those same values. And I'm going to fight like hell. We are going to fight like hell because I believe in America. We believe in America. And we believe that the hopes and the dreams of the American people will prevail. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota with 4 minutes remaining to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we wrap up this debate, I want to take a moment to cut through the noise from our colleagues, from our colleagues on the left. Instead of focusing on the legislation before us, they're resorting to fear tactics and tossing out false claims about what this shutdown is really about. The CR would have kept the government open to continue and finish the appropriations process. And yet, the Democrats refused and instead chose to shut down the government. And you know, my colleague mentions values. Democrats claim that our values are different, and Democrat Whip Clark said, of course there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have. So if that's the values they're talking about, I don't share those values. I won't make the American people suffer, whether it be their SNAP payments, whether it be keeping air traffic controllers paid, whether it's paying our troops. Making the American people suffer is not the values that I share. And for the record, Republicans did not cause this shutdown, and we've not been on vacation. I've been splitting my time between D.C. and the district, as I mentioned before, meeting with constituents in both, meeting with federal agencies, hosting a teletown hall, and I know how hard my Republican colleagues have been working for their constituents and the American people. It was the Democrats who shut down the government when they refused to support a clean CR that would have kept the lights on and protected critical services. And now it's the Democrats who continue to shift the blame. Now, getting back to the issue at hand, let's talk about what this bill actually does. H.R. 5371 restores the funding for SNAP and WIC. It reimburses the contingency reserves to make sure that programs remain stable and reliable. Actually, President Trump moved $300 million of tariff revenue to fund WIC during the shutdown. Republicans are the ones protecting food security and not playing games with it. This bill also delivers for our farmers and ranchers and for rural development and invests in the community that feed this country and keep the economy strong. It supports our troops and federal workers. It ensures our service members and their families have the support they need, and it honors the promises we have made to those who have served. And yes, it reopens the government, restores stability, and resumes regular order. So let's be honest about what a yes vote means. A yes vote is a vote for veterans care. A yes vote is a vote for SNAP and WIC. A yes vote is a vote for $700,000 a fire engine in Ranking Member McGovern's district, and $1 million for the Navajo Nation Community Development Division in Representative Ledger Fernandez's district. A yes vote is for farmers. A yes vote is for our troops, and for federal workers. And yes, it is for reopening the government. And a no vote? Well, that's a vote against all of that, including the development of a wastewater treatment facility in Mr. Negus's district, and $1.5 million in watershed conservation in Representative Clark's district. It's a vote against federal workers. It's a vote against health care. It's a vote against feeding hungry children, and it's a vote against common sense. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Hearing aid, I think. I asked for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes, the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 213. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House would come to order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition? The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. Whereas on October 27, 2025, Representative Chuy Garcia filed nominating petitions to be on the Democratic primary ballot in March 2026. Whereas on November 5th, 2025, on the last day of filing, Representative Garcia's Chief of Staff, Patty Garcia, submitted her own paperwork to enter the Democratic primary. Whereas on November 6th, after the filing deadline, Representative Garcia confirmed that he would not be seeking another term in 2026 and would be withdrawing his nominating petitions. Whereas Representative Garcia's Chief of Staff was the only Democrat who filed to run in the primary at the direction of Representative Garcia, undermining the process of a free and fair election. Whereas Representative Garcia's actions are beneath the dignity of his office and incompatible with the spirit of the Constitution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives disapproves of the behavior of the representative from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlelady from Washington will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at a time designated for consideration of the resolution. The House will be in order. Members are instructed to clear the well. The House will be in order and members will clear the well. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution, I'm sorry? Who did?
Will the gentleman repeat his request at a microphone? Will the gentleman find a microphone and repeat his request?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask unanimous consent to address the body, the will.
I recognize for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank.
Recognized.
I'd like to thank the Honorable. Hello.
The House will be in order. The well will be cleared. All members will clear the well. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Up the bill H.R. 5371, the Continuing Appropriations, Agriculture, Legislative Branch, Military Construction, and Veterans Affairs and Extension Act 2026 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and designate the motion.
H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes. Senate amendment. Mr. Cole of Oklahoma moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371.
Pursuant to House Resolution 873, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma. The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. The House will be in order. All members are instructed to take their conversations outside. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of the Continuing Appropriations, Agriculture, Legislative Branch, Military Construction, and Veterans Affairs and Extension Act